Nicole here. It seems like an annual event now when Terence comes. It's very challenging and inspiring for our community, and we're very happy to welcome him back again. Thanks.
It's good to be here. Well, this is the culmination of a dream of mine and sort of a departure from what you may be used to from me. I think inevitably this weekend will be a little more personal and maybe less cosmic than some have been, because I sort of have to open my private life to you, because what I'll be doing this weekend is basically sharing a friend. Last year I was here with Rian Eisler, but that was a marriage of ideological convenience. Not that it wasn't sincere, but we were drawn together primarily because our ideas were in congruence. Nicole and I, on the other hand, were drawn together primarily because our patterns of intoxication seem to be incongruent. We're going this weekend to talk inevitably a lot about the Amazon, the crisis of conservation in the warm tropics, vegetable medicine. Nicole is a world expert. She's spent over 40 years in the Amazon after a very complex and fertile time spent in the Far East before that. She's a storyteller, an ethnographer, and a personality of great depth, warmth, and uniqueness. And it's a pleasure to appear here with her. I first met Nicole in 1980 when I was part of an expedition to the Amazon that involved Wade Davis of Serpent and Rainbow fame, and my brother and Dennis and some other people from the University of British Columbia. And I had read Nicole's book, The Witch Doctor's Apprentice. This tells you something. This lady got in on it so early that shaman wasn't even a word, let alone a buzzword, when the first edition of her book came out. And I quickly discovered in Iquitos in 1980 that all roads seemed to lead to Nicole. If you wanted something done, if you wanted to meet somebody, if you wanted an obstacle cleared away with the Peruvian government or the university, Nicole was the person to see. And one of my weaknesses is for characters, and I've collected them in all times and places. My charm bracelet has such peculiar specimens as Ralph Abraham, Rupert Sheldrake, Nina Wise, Joan Halifax, unique types. I mean, they threw the mold away before they made these people. And Nicole fell into that category. So, in line with that picture of our mutual love of hell-raising, I have to tell you that we stayed up much too late last night, and so we're mere shells that sit before you this evening. Yes, and some of you, I understand, are mere shells. When I really feel like a mere shell, I feel like an old wasp's nest. So what I thought we would do this evening is we want to meet each of you. Roy Tuckman is on vacation this month, so we have an intimate group. If otherwise we would have had a financially successful group. So we trade one breakthrough for another. But what I would like to do this evening, briefly, is go around the circle and just hear who you are and what your interests are, and maybe a statement of your expectation or your hope for the thing. Make it brief. One cannot say often enough in these situations that lack of brevity is proof of psychosis. So please bear that in mind. 50 people are looking at you and wondering how balanced you are. So this is an opportunity to lead them astray. And I'll slyly organize it so that we come around, and then it will come to Nicole last before me, and then I will tie it all up if I can. So why don't we do that just briefly. Before we start, let me say we will have 3 meetings tomorrow, one in the evening, the other 2 in the obvious slots, and 1 meeting on Sunday. And all of these meetings will either be under the teaching tree, which is immediately outside, or right here if the weather turns bad on us. Tomorrow night's meeting will be here. So why don't we just quickly go around the circle and introduce ourselves. Michael, why don't you start?
Okay, hi, I'm Michael. I spend my time living here at the Ojai Foundation and at Omega Institute in New York. And Terence, his material and influences that he's been influenced by have been important to me as well. I love science fiction and I love Tai Chi. Glad to meet you.
My name's Leon. I also work here. Terence changed my life, to be honest. I'd always been rather scared of the psychedelics, and I met him at Esalen a number of years ago, and he was the first person who said something sane about them that really changed my thinking. And ever since, I've been greatly stirred, really, by his ideas, and they really impacted me a lot. So I'm very thankful to be here with you again.
Glad you're here, Liam.
I'm Julie Wellings. I live down in the valley here. And I'm anxious to hear Nicole's story.
My name's Stephen. I heard you one day on the radio about 6 months ago, and it was the first time I ever had any validation on what was going on in the other world for me. And you verbalize it when you talk about it, and it's what I experienced. So it's just it's really brought some light into my life, and I really appreciate it. That's why I'm here.
My name's Elaine, and I'm here because I'm feeling a draw to be shamans and get reconnected with the earth and make a contribution where I can do help.
I'm Marilyn Nicola. I'm a work scholar here at the Ojai Foundation, and I'm especially concerned about the threat to the tropical rainforest.
My name is John Wymore. I'm from Albuquerque. I'm a temporary part-time staff member. I'm anxious to find out who the hell you are.
Me too.
I'm Joe Lasowski. I'm a painter, fine arts. I started doing psychedelics with wheat shoal Indians maybe 20 years ago, and I met Terence. It was like a meeting with shaman at Esalen maybe 10 years ago.
My name is Christopher, and I have a interest in the Amazon and psychedelics, and very often haunted by Terence in terms of the radio and other media.
My name is Nina, and I'm a performance artist and old friend. And I expect the unexpected.
That's Nina.
Demand.
I demand.
Nina introduced me to my wife, and it's been unexpected ever since.
And I'm really delighted to meet Nicole. What is a pleasure and honor.
I'm Faustin Bray. With Brian Wallace, we composed sound photosynthesis in a band called Into It. We produced Terence and Kat and many other folks around the town that you have come to know and love. And it's great to see us here again. We were here last year with Ralph Metzner and Terence for our first time in Ojai, and I'm glad to be here again this year.
Brian, music and this kind of stuff, and quite happy to be with these great characters.
My name's Elizabeth. When I was 37, on my birthday, I heard a voice inside my head say, from now on everything will be in reverse. And to point it up, while I was driving about a half a mile from my house, forward gear went out and I drove home in reverse. So I feel very comfortable with the archaic revival theme.
My name is Jane, and I also live in the valley, and I'm very grateful to be in your presence and looking very much forward to hearing, especially Nicole this evening. Thank you.
I'm Pat Danish. I'm a painter, and I work here. I'm very curious and interested in the other parts of reality that I touch upon in working with art and the psychedelics.
My name is Ingrid. I'm a work student here. I'm coming from Vienna, Austria, and I'm here in your workshop because I have heard many interesting things about Nicole and you, crazy things, and now I will find it out myself what is true about.
My name is Anne, and I'm an artist, and I live in Ojai and Santa Monica, and I've heard enough that I'm fascinated by this information and looking forward to hearing more.
My name is Kevin, and I came because I got somehow I got on the mailing list, and they sent me this out, and I looked through them, and this one looked really interesting. So I have no expectations. I heard Terence speak once down in Los Angeles, and that was amazing. So I'm looking forward. Well, if I'm looking forward to it, then that's an expectation. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it anyway.
Welcome.
My name is Gary, and I work here at the Ojai Foundation. One of my interests, I guess, would be what the source of hallucinations are, or where they come from, and what sort of structures in the mind and how they got there.
My name's Terence Mckenna, and I live in Los Angeles, and I like plants, and I like to grow them and deal with them and see them grow. And I like to hear Terence talk about plants.
My name is Joy Alex, and I've listened to Terence's tapes. That's how I first got word, and loved all the food for thought. And love more.
My name is Carl. I'm a physician from Orange County, here out of curiosity and looking for insight.
My name's Alan, and this place is a spiritual home for me and my wife. We come here a lot, and it's good to be here. And Terence is always a great pleasure to be with. I like to think of him as the Abraham Lincoln of consciousness. Among other things. And it's particularly exciting to have an opportunity to meet Nicole and have a chance to spend some time with the two together.
Finish.
I'm Marion. I'm an old friend of Terence's, and I'm happy to meet Nicole. And I'm interested in the stories about the forest and the Amazon.
Good.
My name is Randy, and I'm not familiar at all with Nicole, but I'm familiar with Terence's in the Amazon, and we're looking forward to everything we haven't heard yet, I guess. I think we've heard quite a lot.
You've heard quite a bit already.
My name is Diane. I'm an artist, and I've been having this wonderful experience since I've seen you for the first time this evening. We've been listening to True Hallucinations, and I've seen your photograph, and some very strange phenomena is going on for me, because hearing you speak, I heard you speak as I was going down the path. In my head, it's sort of full of your words, but it was coming from a speaker. And I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but it is a very strange phenomenon, a true hallucination.
He lives.
Hi, I'm Max August. I'm a therapist, and I'm interested in consciousness and what time, space, and reality are all about. And it seems like you have some things to say about that.
My name's Daniel Siebert, and I'm a plant grower, and I run a partnership with a girlfriend in a sweater business, and I received an itinerary of Terence's a couple of months ago, and there was an asterisk next to the Nicole Maxwell event, and down at the bottom it said, "Should be very interesting." So that's why we're here.
My name is Ellen, and I design sweaters, and Daniel left out part of what he does, which is he has a magical plant business, and we're very interested in plants from the Amazon and with psychoactive effects.
Yes, Daniel and Ellen have a business which is one of the few places in the United States where some of these psychoactive and medicinal Amazonian plants actually find a commercial outlet.
I'm Laurel, and I'm from New Hampshire, and very much of a child to the full consciousness. I'm looking for some new answers to old problems, or old answers to new problems, whichever one you get.
Hi, my name is Bob. I work at the Ojai Foundation, and I've gotten a lot of different perspectives on your work from the staff here, and I found it rather intriguing. So it seemed like something I'd like to hear more.
My name is June, and I'm here because I like being with people of like mind. And I'm very interested to hear both of you speak. I write, therapist, and do artwork, and I think I'm in very good company.
I'm Candace, I'm an artist as well, a sculptor, and interested, I heard Terence on KPFK the first time, and wrote to the Ojai Foundation for tapes, and that's how I got here to do this whole program. And what Terence has to say has fascinated me because of where I go when I'm doing my artwork, and what state of mind that I get in to do my artwork seems to have a great deal of camaraderie with what he speaks about.
My name is John. I live here at the foundation. I'm interested in the nature of the mind, especially the mind, before it became so overloaded with symbols. And at this time, I don't think we have the possibility really to look at that mind without looking through the veil of symbols. And I'd like to see through shamanism, which goes back perhaps 40 or 50,000 years, a time when maybe the mind was much more quiet. through that, maybe I can find something out a little bit more about the mind.
I'm Joan. Thanks to Nina, I met Terence about 15 years ago, and he continues to charm not only me, but an increasing number of insane people. I'm an anthropologist, and I've had a long relationship with visionary vegetables. And I'm very interested and examining in many ways, personally and in other ways, the relationship between indigenous peoples and endangered environments.
I'm Gigi. I'm currently MC and part of the backup band for spirit artists at the Ojai Foundation. I am interested in, I would say, events and people, ideas, experiences that help deepen our sacred relationship to plants, to all life. And I'm particularly happy to see Nicole here as a welcome coming back from a women's retreat to see such a fine, distinguished woman here is a nice homecoming to accompany such a fine, distinguished young man as Terence.
What an Irish tongue you've got.
My name's Jim. I'm a part of a small company that develops socially responsible business ventures. For many years we've been doing business with the Soviet Union and recently become involved in Brazil because we believe that part of the answer to the preservation of the rainforests is the development of commercially viable businesses that support the culture and the preservation of the Amazon basin rather than its destruction. So I'm currently learning all I can about the Amazon basin to apply our business acumen to this whole task.
My name is Lauren Kennedy. I'm a contemporary artist. I've worked with visionary substances for 20 years. From South America also. From the past and studying shamanism for the last 2 years. And I'm looking forward to your new insights. And thank you for being here.
My name is Marina, and last year I went to the Amazon for the first time. I stayed for a couple of months. I went to Brazil, different parts in the Amazon. I was particularly interested in the preservation of the rainforest and preserving the plants. I got involved with a group of people who are working to save the forest. They do something, they do ayahuasca, it's hunted down. And so I've been working with them for the last year, and particularly interested in medicinal herbs, and that I've been registered nursing for many years in Africa, also in different parts of the world. And the Amazon is particularly interesting, so as much knowledge as I can get is what I'm looking for, and your name is like, been ringing in my ears for the last year. So I'm very curious to see what you have to say. I'm very glad to be here.
My name is Janet. I live here at the Ojai Foundation, and I'll probably be taking some of your meals. And I came here tonight to hear some stories.
My name is Lynn Radcliffe. I've recently come from the East to join the staff at Ojai doing program work. And I'm a peace and justice activist from a long time, and that includes justice for the environment I'm glad you're both doing your work for it. And I'm always glad to see gutsy, avant-garde, way out ahead women. So I'm really glad to see you there. You're a good role model. Thanks.
My name is Pat. I live in Malibu and a cave in New Mexico. And I love the psychedelic realm, and I love to hear you speak.
My name is Dushanka, and I was recently introduced to you via a tape at your presentation at Esalen, and I found it very inspiring, and I wanted to hear more. So I'm glad I'm here.
I'm Sarah, and I like to hear Terence talk, and I'm glad to hear Nicole talk.
My name is Lily, and I live here in the valley. And I have an interest in the Amazon and hallucinogenic drugs from way back. I do production work with music festivals because I believe music is magic, and I have also interest in magic and the goddess. And I love to hear Terence speak because he always makes me laugh, and I always learn something, and I thank you for that. And I'm looking forward to hearing you, Nicole.
My name's Lynx, and I'm happy to be here and haven't heard either of you speak before. Looking forward to it.
My name is Bob, and I recently heard Terence up at Esalen give a weekend series of talks, and I sent Dushanka that tape.
I had to give you credit for it.
I'm Eric. I'm semi-lucid insomniac, and I'd like information.
Thank you for sharing.
My name is Tom. I'm a registered nurse working in an emergency room in Ventura. Been listening to Terence for a couple of years and collecting and cultivating medicinal plants.
And I'm Terry. I'm also an emergency room nurse and fascinated with Terence and eager to hear Nicole.
I'm Pauline. I'm a psychiatric nurse, and we don't even know each other. And see, I study different forms of healing, and was in Peru up at Amazon last summer, and very much love the land, and I'm very interested in the ancient ways that come from the land.
Were you on the Napa, or where were you?
See, on the Amazon.
Oh, on the Amazon. Good.
I'm Chandra. I'm living in Ojai now. I'm the mother of 2 daughters. I've wandered around a bit around the world. I'm interested in good ideas, in consciousness. I love plants and the forest, and I'm happy to be here. Looking forward to listening tonight. I hope we get to you.
It's coming.
My name is Lola, and I live here, and I'm completely interested in the unlimited expanse of human consciousness, and I love to listen to Terence as one of the astral travelers in all those realms. So I'm happy to be here, and it's a pleasure to meet Nicole as well.
So Nicole, why don't you just take a few minutes and say whatever's on your mind?
Well, the first thing I would say that I ought to is I never really thought too much about the out of the ordinary experiences that we all have, because they seem so natural. And I've been with so many cultures now. I first went to the Amazon region in 1948, that is, as an expedition. And that was not at all for the purpose of getting medicinal plants. I wanted some excitement. I got it. And But the one thing about that was I got hooked on jungle. It's the only thing I've ever been really addicted to. But I can't stay away too much. I get restless. And it does that to some people because, you see, it is an entity. It is not just a bunch of trees and rivers and mud and bugs. It, to me at least, and to most of the people who live in it, I think of the primitive people, it is a very definite personality. And it has power. And so that is why I have to keep going back. My first trip did it. I got into a tribe who'd never seen a white skin before. They didn't think much of it. They took my hand and went this way. And then they said something and everybody broke up, just howling. And I kept saying to my guide, "What'd they say, Alfredo? What'd they say?" And Alfredo was laughing so hard he couldn't say. But he finally dried his eyes and said, "He says, that isn't white paint, it won't come off. She's really got skin like a fish and eyes like a fish belly's, and she's hideous." So that went my ideas of being the white queen of the jungle. And after that, I learned that these people were very different from other people I've known in that you could really trust them anywhere. I was with a group of Jivaros. They're the ones who cut off the heads of people that they kill in battle and then shrink them. It's quite an easy matter. It's nothing particularly magical. They boil the head a little bit and then make a slit up the back and peel the skin off, delicate cutting around the cartilage, and sew it up again and then fill it with hot rocks, and smaller and smaller hot rocks, and then finally sand and they sort of model it, and you get a nice little shrunken head called a Sansa. And so well, some people have suggested it might be rather good for me, but this was my first encounter with primitives, except for a very brief one in Laos, in Indochina, as it was then. And I discovered they wanted everything I had, of course. Safety pins were the greatest, the most popular. I had fortunately somehow got the idea of taking a lot of safety pins. And since the women wear a dress that goes, a piece of cloth wrapped around and brought over one shoulder, rather chic, and fastened here usually with a thorn, safety pins combining the elegance of jewelry with modern technology were a great success. And they also rather sometimes wanted cloth. They weren't so sure. I'd taken a lot of gaudy stuff in. And, but they didn't, mostly they wear brown. Stuff they weave out of the native cotton. Cotton grows all over the place. And then dye brown and make into their clothes. But I could leave everything I owned spread out because you're always getting wet in jungle, getting rained on, or your raft. I was on a raft for that one because we'd gone through some rapids you can't take a canoe through. And everything out to dry, and I could go away all day, and they wouldn't touch a thing. They're very, very honorable. In fact, honor is all they've got, you see, because they have any possessions in a short time will get mildewed, or they'll be eaten by bugs, or they just plain rot. And so you can't be anybody important by owning things. You have to be it. You have to be the best hunter or the best warrior or whatever. And it works out rather well until our people come along and teach them lots of other things. But that was the first trip, and I learned to respect and admire these people very much. And I had to keep going back. So I'd been hearing about medicinal plants all the time I'd been in South America, which was by then 3 years, and that the Indians had wonderful remedies, and I didn't believe a word of it. I'd had a year and a half of medical school, and these savages couldn't know anything that my professors didn't know. That's what I thought. And it took me 3 years, I seem to be a slow learner, before I could accept that they did have some remarkable things, and only then, because I fell on my machete and got a big gash in this arm. And I have a slight tendency to be a bleeder, and I was out in the bush, not very far from the house, and put on a tourniquet of a vine, and came back, and the interpreter, who was the administrator, that this was a property owned by the widow of a Peruvian who happened to be a gal from Brooklyn, and it was way out of nowhere. It took the record for getting there by canoe was 5 days, and the border of the property were one range of mountains and a river over here and that way. And so, but here I was bleeding all over the place, and they brought out a bottle with some tree sap in it, and put some on, but of course when you're bleeding like that, nothing will take. It doesn't stay there. And so they said, you have to drink some of this. And, well, I didn't want to be rude, so I drank it. It was the most horrible, acrid, made your mouth pucker, and in 3 minutes, about 3 to 4, I would say, the bleeding had quite stopped. And that was kind of interesting, so I thought, I had plenty of penicillin, I didn't have to worry about infection. But they told me that putting this stuff on it would stop any infection. So I thought, I'll see. And I put a few pieces of adhesive across it, holding it together, but I could see in between, because it got quite dry. And there was never any infection. There was practically no inflammation. In the morning there was a neat scab, a very narrow one, and it healed in a little less than half the normal time, leaving only a very slight scar. So then I had to do a little rethinking and decide that my nice arrogant position of our superiority in medicine would do a little reviewing. And from then on, I went after medicinal plants, and I found they have so much. And their psychedelics are just as important. As a matter of fact, I think there are rather more of them than is generally recognized, even tobacco. Chewing tobacco and swallowing it is very hard on the stomach, but you will hallucinate. I don't recommend it, though, because there are far pleasanter ways. And they use those hallucinations so very routinely. They'll tell you, well, I didn't know what to do for my son, he was so sick, so I took ayahuasca. I mean, sometimes it was just one person alone in the jungle. Or I took any one of a dozen. And I saw a ghost tigre attack my son. That's what happened to him. Or something like that. And it is so much a part of the life that you stop thinking of those things or the medicines as particularly remarkable. They're there, and you use them as you would use soap or any ordinary thing, but with greater respect. There is a very definite need that is manifested to respect the things you use, especially the psychedelics. I remember the first time I took home a piece of ayahuasca to plant in my garden. The shaman who gave it to me was a very nice friend of mine who lives quite near Iquitos in Picuruyaco. You've been up there, haven't you? And they have it's a little village, mostly of mestizos who, being, most of them aren't too far from a tribe themselves, and Nouveau Civilisé is very much like Nouveau Riche. They have great contempt for the poor, and the poor in what we consider culture. And so the Indians there are about 8 of them, Yagua, and Witoto mostly, and Bora. And they stuck together, and they took their things to the market and all that. And I didn't realize when I first got acquainted with them that 3 of them were shamans. And I didn't know that until one day one of them came to my house, and it was Vicente, who was quite old, and he was blind. It was very hard for him to get around, and he had to cross a river and then get on a bus or walk from Bella Vista. Is about 3 or 4 miles. And he had a little boy guiding him. It was raining. So I realized this was not just a dropping in to see a friend. And he sat down and he said, "You have to save me." And I said, "Well, what do you mean? What can I do?" He said, "They will arrest me for murder." And I said, "Whom did you kill?" And he said, "I didn't kill anybody. It's Belisario." He said, "You know, I'm a witch." I hadn't known it. And he said, "Belisario's a witch too, and he's off on a trip somewhere." He had gone up the Marañón River, and Belisario had died. He got sick and died on his own. And he said, "You know, I know that they will say that I put a spell on him, and I sent a dart at him, and the police will come and get me and arrest me for murder." It is that matter of fact. And so I said, "No, they won't." And finally I had to say, "All right, I'll speak to the general about it. And I'll tell him you didn't do anything." And then he was at ease. But it's that much a part of the ordinary texture of everyday life in a great part of the population there. And so you get so that you get a little used to it, and you sort of accept it as, well, that's part of life. And I think it would do us all rather a lot of good to consider the possibilities. What do you think?
Sounds good, Nicole. I'm not going to let you off the hook so easily. I want to bring a little bit of this out. Your name is really associated with in the public mind, I think, with the contraceptives that are very much a woman's secret.
I remember somebody told me if I kept this up, I'd be called Contraceptive Connie.
Contraceptive Connie.
Not a title, I think. It wasn't Tessa, it was Carstens, who was, I think, a Swedish or German anthropologist. In 1920, he was studying the Canelos Indian in southern Ecuador, and he wrote an article saying that the women took some plant which is called piri piri, and they swallowed it so that they could cohabit, as he put it in a refined way, with men, and not to have children. And at the time he was attacked violently. In 1920, everybody said, this man's out of his mind, he's silly. It invalidated quite a lot of his very good work, because everybody knew that nothing you took by mouth could stop a woman from having a child. It'd be nice to know how many of our present beliefs make about that much sense. The more you see of jungles, the more you wonder about those things. And anyway, they were the hardest of all things to get. You see, all medicines, at the beginning at least, now that the acculturation process is proceeding at such a rate that the old taboos have worn kind of thin in some places. But when I first started doing this, medicine is magic, and magic is secret. You don't tell anyone. One tribe will be using a totally different set of medicinal plants from another tribe. The pharmacopoeias will be quite different. They'll overlap a bit, but the Witotos will know a plant that will heal infected third-degree burns. I've seen this without any scarring. And the Okainas, who were even of the same language group, didn't know it, because an Okaina girl told me how a Witoto woman cured her, and her tribe hadn't known this. And they just keep it separate, it's secret, even when it's a friendly tribe and a somewhat related tribe. So it was it made it rather a sporting proposition to see how much you could work out of them. And being a woman and traveling alone made it a lot easier because there was no threat to anybody. I'd have a boatman and his wife, but that's all. And an interpreter, but picked up at the edge of the language area. And also I'd travel in very inconspicuous and not necessarily by choice, rather ordinary and poverty-stricken way. And so that made it better too. You go in all with fancy equipment and a fine boat and half a dozen people, you're not going to get very far. Because they're too used to being put down. And that in itself is a put down, to go in looking very elegant. So I managed to get quite a lot of stuff, and it made it rather more fun, something of a game so you could feel you were pretty smart. And the one thing that even when I had formed a very strong friendship, I could not for years get anyone to tell me about was their contraceptives. I knew they had them. I knew because some medical missionaries had told me of cases in which a woman with malformed pelvis had had a terrible time giving birth, and they told her she couldn't have any more children. And in this particular case, the woman said, "Oh, that's too bad." And said, "Are you going to leave your husband?" "Oh, why should I do that?" The woman said, he's a nice man. Why would I leave him?" "But you can't have any more children." And she said, "I'll take some medicine." But she wouldn't tell what it was. And she never had another child. And over the time they were with them, there were about 4 tribes, four women in the tribe who had that same experience. And so they were convinced that oral contraceptives did exist and were effective. But at that time, I think it was about, when I first heard about it, it was about 1951, and before I'd even really started going after medicinal plants. And the contraceptives, oral contraceptives, did not get publicity and get on the market until 1960. So I believed them, and I thought it'd be kind of interesting to get them. But you just draw a blank when you mention them. In fact, you may ruin when you're building a relation with, you've gone into some tribes that are kind of far away and not used to white people, and maybe it hasn't seen them very often. And you're getting along fine, and you say something about a contraceptive. Once I just said, "I smell piri-piri," which is, I've had 20 piri-piris for all different purposes: rheumatism, contraceptives, and some you wash your husband's pants with and he'll be impotent with another woman. And they use it for everything. They've got one for whatever it is. So, but every time, I even got myself practically thrown out a couple of times just by mentioning them. And so, finally, it took a long, long time, but you will eventually, if you keep going into different tribes and meeting different people, get a sudden understanding. It's like the leap of an arc between the two electric poles, and now and then it happens, and then you're really lucky. And so I did find a Hebrew woman who got them for me, and even then I had a very difficult time getting away with them, but we managed. And well, it was very funny actually how I managed. I had been thinking about this. I was going up the Rio Corrientes, and there's a Hebrew. You've been up there?
Not the Corrientes.
And there's a Hebrew colony up about halfway up the river on the way to the Makwasari. And they were having a great fiesta and everyone was getting very drunk when we arrived. And you don't want to hang around when fights are apt to happen when Indians get drunk. And so we went home with this one woman who was taking her husband home to clean him up. I think he'd been a little sick. And it has not been said bad manners at all for a man to get roaring drunk and throwing up, because that's part of the fiesta. It's almost a ritual. And so she and I sat and talked, and with me she spoke Spanish, very bad Spanish, and sometimes pretty hard to understand. But she did know a little. She didn't like my boatman and his wife, neither did I by that time. And so she wouldn't speak Spanish in front of me. In fact, I found there were 3 people in the tribe who spoke Spanish excellently, or at least intelligibly. That's excellent in the jungle. And she didn't. When they had left, she said to me in Spanish, first thing she said, "Where's your husband?" And I said, "Oh, I didn't know that Indians had divorces then." I said, "Well, we are not married anymore. He is in one place, I'm in another place. He is no more my husband." Thinking I was giving a good shock, I said, "Oh, me too." And so she had been married to a very brutal man, she told me, and he beat her and so forth. Finally he abandoned her to her great delight. And her stepfather was the witch doctor of that tribe. So he told her, it was a long time before she was willing to marry again. She'd had a bad time. And her little daughter, there's no question of custody, the child stays with the mother in jungle divorces. And he told her that she ought to marry again, and she finally did find a man she thought who was very good to her, and he was quite an important guy in the tribe. He even had a pair of shoes, and they were bright yellow. And he was the only person only Indian on that river who had a pair of shoes. And he was an awfully nice man, too. And so she married him, but she would not give him a child. And I said, "Well, how did you manage that?" She said, "Well, of course, I took the medicine." And I thought, oh, at last. And so she told me she'd give it to me when I got, and I was going up the river, and I said, "Give it to me when I get back." I didn't want it, for one thing, I didn't want to carry it around because I knew by then that anything that has to do with the giving or withholding of life, things that ease birth, ease labor, and they have some very good ones, and things that, and the contraceptives, and the abortifacients, they have very good things for abortion. All of those are so secret that you have to be awfully careful and awfully sure you're really in and intimate before you mention them. At least you did in those days. It's easing up now as they're losing their taboos, they're losing their culture, they're also losing their knowledge of the plants. So it doesn't help much. And so she gave them to me when I came back down, but they were having another fiesta, and the men were all sitting together at one end of the house. It was an Indian house. Has a trunk in front to climb up because they're built sort of on stilts because of the floods. And then just a platform and a roof. And nice and airy. And they were all sitting around there. It was raining. And the women got me the plants and I was just about to get them down to the canoe when some of the old men who were sitting in a little row in the back came over and looked at the plants and looked at me. Then they started talking, and my friend Tessa started explaining. It didn't work. And they said that she was looking very distressed, and so was Auntie. Her auntie had helped in this deal. But I had been thinking about this. I'd learned the trick from a man in Shanghai who had a hard time getting the best of his Chinese servants sometimes. And so, through the interpreter, I said, tell Tessa to tell them. I already knew the names of all these plants. I knew all about them. So Tessa did, I suppose, and she spouted Hebrew. And I said, okay, if that's the case, what's the name of this one? So I, through the interpreter, said, well, tell him, of course, I don't speak his language. So I couldn't tell him what this bench is in Hebrew. I don't know the word for bench. I couldn't tell him what the rain is, but I can tell him what it is in my language. It is this one I think is a logarithm. And this one is an isosceles it's quadrangle. It's throwing a wild combination. And they do sound magical. And they are magic to me. I don't understand them at all. And I got by with it. Because Tessa said, and the old witch doctor whom I had bribed by giving him a glass eye, with which I figured he could sort of pull a few fast ones if he ever got in a problem with magic. And so it worked beautifully. And I left rather quickly and got them in the canoe and off we went. But that's how secret they are. And now
I'll let you off the hook. Thank you. Yes, well, I talk a lot about how this plant knowledge is being lost, even more quickly than the rainforest itself. And I think very few modern ethnographers have taken the time to learn it the way you have. And very few modern ethnographers have been able to gain the confidence of women the way you have.
They haven't tried.
No, they haven't tried. But I know horror stories of clashes between insensitive anthropologists and tribal groups
Well,
where...
you have to keep your antenna out all the time.
And you have to take your time and not be in a hurry.
I have been sometimes and got myself thrown out.
By being in a hurry. Yes, Nicole is the only white person I have ever met who has been able to convince me that they actually enjoyed being in the jungle. And Nicole does enjoy being in the jungle.
Well, why not?
There are 10,000 reasons why not.
It is the most exciting, the most beautiful, and the most sort of sacred, it has a spirit, a very strong spirit. And also you have the great pleasure of thinking, imagine me doing this, and feeling like somebody important.
That's
for
right.
yourself.
That's right.
And I don't get that chance very often.
But I traveled years later to many of the same places that Nicole describes in her book, The Witch Doctor's Apprentice. And the model, let me tell you, for exploratory writing is you go nowhere and then you exaggerate when you write about it. And all these hairy-chested guys who are running around the Amazon with machine guns and helicopters inevitably exaggerate the difficulty. And if you read Nicole's book, it sounds as though the Amazon basin is just dotted with wonderful, clean, friendly villages filled with happy, fascinating people.
Oh, nuts. My books aren't phony.
No, that's what I mean. You don't exaggerate. But Sebastian Snow and some of these other people...
Well, I knew Sebastian. He came to my door and said, in Lima many years ago, somebody banged on the door. He was this nice little blonde boy. And he said, I'm Sebastian Snow, the Royal Geographical Society. I said, that's nice. I'm a fellow, too. I said, well, I'm not yet, but I'm going to be. So then...
No, well, I think the acid test for every Amazon explorer is how hard you find it to stay at Arica. And I became...
well, that was not...
That was a hellhole. Well, Alfred Russel Wallace in 1858 described it as absolutely unbearable. You had a terrible time there.
Well,
I had
not only that, I lived
time.
in a double boiler.
You lived in one of those metal buildings
Yeah.
that they put up. Yes, so did I. Yes. Why would people put up with this kind of stuff unless they felt they were in touch with a living world?
Because the people they sent down, they didn't know. It was the Colombian police. And they sent down people who were from Bogota, grew up in Bogota, didn't know a thing about the jungle, and they sent them for a year and a half so they didn't have time to learn anything.
Very lonely boys from Boyacá.
And the thing that's bad about that place is that they have the most stinging gnats I have ever seen. 3 kinds of stinging insects that fly in clouds. Really in clouds. And there are the little black gnats that make a blister. There are the little black gnats that make a bloody spot. And there are the tabanos, the triangular black flies.
This is the one we were trying to remember yesterday. Tabano, yeah.
And they will eat through the heaviest jeans or anything else, and they make a very painful, burning bite. Of course, the mosquitoes are on duty too, but they're less evil. Now that is the most
It's an awful place. Nicole visited La Chorrera long before I was there, even before John Sullivan was there. That's how out in front of the pack she was.
59.
You were there in 59. I didn't get there till 71.
There are a wonderful group of nuns and priests there.
Yes, I wonder how they're faring in the middle of the Coke Wars.
But I haven't heard they're killing any Catholic priests.
No, I think that airfield is very important to the Coconeros, and probably they strive to keep decent relations there.
Well, they're all Catholics, too.
Oh, yes, absolutely. The higher horror of the whiteness is certainly a Catholic trait. Well, let's see here. Let me... I'm a little off balance because I held a weekend at Esalen 2 weeks ago, and they allow the people who participate in the workshops to evaluate people, and I got dinged. And somebody wrote an evaluation and said Terence Mckenna is the William Buckley of the psychedelic left.
Good God!
And he needs to learn to listen. So you'll see me doing or trying to do a lot of listening this weekend. I have a kind of obsessive need to create a certain kind of closure. So excuse me for about 5 minutes and I'll do it. It's just to satisfy an itch of mine. It's the need to try and tie this all together and make some kind of sense of it. I mean, what does a plant that heals wounds have to do with hallucinogens, and what do these things have to do with a global planetary crisis in the ecosystem, and what does that have to do with each of us? Well, to create an overarching metaphor that can connect all this together, I think what we have to do is think in terms of the exhaustion of our own cultural forms. I mean, that's what we're living through, is a global dying created by the exhaustion of our cultural forms and the vitality of the cultural forms that we see in these so-called primitive, I called them pre-literate people. As Nicole pointed out, they have nothing. But what they seem to have that we cannot seem to get a grip on is a kind of dynamic equilibrium with their environment and peace of mind in the felt experience of the moment. These are the two things we don't have. As a society, we cannot seem to make peace with nature. As human beings, as individuals, it's very hard for us to be at peace with ourselves. I mean, I consider my own life the search for peace of mind. Forget enlightenment, forget shunyata, all this stuff. Just a little peace of mind would be a tremendous boon as far as I can see. So I really think that there's a confluence here of themes and possibilities. It has this richly plotted texture that always lets you know that you're in the presence of a higher order of things. It's that the shamans whom we admire, who we idealize, are seen to be at the center of this environment, the warm jungle, the tropics, the warm tropics, that we find it necessary to destroy. So it's a perfect image of us being at war not only with ourselves, but with nature itself. And you've heard all about how the Amazon and the Congo Basin in eastern Indonesia are all being cleared and lumbered and turned into cattle ranches. This is a tragedy, obviously. We understand and can perceive the dynamics of that. But how to make sense of a situation where, as the World Bank and the IMF attempt to halt this kind of destruction, on the other side of the coin, the United States State Department and the DEA and these agencies propose and are planning to carry out the defoliation of the Waijaga Basin. So there's a schizophrenia here that is not academic. I mean, are we trying to get the patient well, or are we pulling the plugs one by one? We seem to be acting in both dimensions simultaneously. And I think it's because we have not in this culture awakened to the depth of the crisis that surrounds us. There's a lot of kind of self-congratulatory backslapping going around these days over the fact that communists everywhere are in hot water and have to admit that they did it wrong. And this gives a lot of satisfaction to people who feel that that means we did it right. We didn't do it right. They did it wrong and now admit they did it wrong. We do it wrong and have yet to even raise the possibility of turning away from what we are doing. The internal contradictions of Marxism were based on a false definition of what people are. People do not respond to central planning, hortatory propaganda, and stereotyping. Neither do people respond to an ethos of self-denial or a view of human beings that denies the fact that we have certain itches which must be scratched. So, I think that the collapse of Marxism is only the collapse of the outer edge of the societal and civilizing assumptions that we have made. After all, Marxism is nothing more than the millenarian retread of Christian millenarianism. And so is modern science, yet another secular retread of Christian millenarianism. So our culture is in trouble. Not trouble. We are at a terminal crisis, a bifurcation that it can only go one of two ways. Horror beyond your wildest imagination, or breakthrough to dignity, decency, community, and caring beyond your wildest imagination. Now, where do you look for models? Where do you go? The answer is so obvious. You go to nature. Nature has been playing this game for 3 billion years on this planet. We have been playing the game, we, the apostles of Christian scientism, for about 2,000 years. Nature has an economy, an elegance, a style that if we could but emulate it, we could rise out of the rubble that we are making of the planet. It was the geographer Carl Sauer who said, man found the planet a climaxed primeval forest. He, and notice the gender here, he will leave the planet a weedy lot. A weedy lot. Well, now this is a metaphor where you change climaxed rainforest for weeds, but it's also true. By clearing land, we promote the kind of plant evolution that stresses very rapid seed production and annular cycles of growth. In other words, weeds. And this tendency to find perfection and then to leave rubble in our wake has haunted us for the past 3,000 or 4,000 years of our history. Now, with the ozone shield disappearing, with acid rain falling on the earth that can melt blocks of marble, with the CO2 levels rising, with the levels of strontium and chlorofluorocarbons, and you know the litany. We have now one last chance to fish or cut bait. And the place where nature has provided the models for how to respond to this situation is the climaxed rainforest. Only the climaxed tropical rainforest has the kind of complexity of signal transfer, movement of nutritional materials, movement of electromagnetic radiation that we find in the modern city. It is a cliche of modernity that the city is a jungle. The problem is it isn't jungle enough. And I think it's the task of the new shamans to take the metaphor of the jungle, which is a metaphor of tremendous wealth, tremendous variety, a tremendous outpouring of form and of energy and of potential fulfillment of various bifurcation patterns of flow, to take that and enrich our own lives with it. And the way this is done is by empowering the presence of experience. The main thing that you get with these so-called primitive, pre-literate people, and with people like Nicole, who have spent time in this situation, is they are in the moment. They know how to have fun. They know how to work. They know how to live. And the reason they understand this is because they are focused within the confines of the felt presence of experience. They do not live by abstraction. And abstraction is the knife poised at our hearts. We are so much the victims of abstraction that with the earth in flames, we can barely rouse ourselves to wander across the room and look at the thermostat. That's the level of disimpassioning that abstraction has laid upon us. Well, hopefully this weekend there will be passion. There will be an effort wherever there is abstraction to drag it down into the felt presence of the moment. I think basically what we are a kind of green anarchy, an effort to revivify social forms that have been atrophied in the West at least since the destruction of Eleusis, probably in most places thousands of years before that. This is our last chance. I have done the best I could in terms of trying to sift through all these options and, as a communicator, offer the best way out. And, I could only do my best. And so that's what you get. I can't preach scientism because I don't believe in it. I can't preach Buddhism because I can't understand it. The only thing I can preach is the felt presence of immediate experience, which for me came through the psychedelics, which are not drugs, but plants. It's a perversion of language to try and derail this thing into talk of drugs. There are spirits in the natural world that come to us in this way. And so far as I can tell, this is the only way that they come to us that is rapid enough for it to have an impact upon us as a global population. This weekend will be different because we will be hewing close to the source. Nicole is a priceless repository of information, more even than she knows. If I could declare her a national treasure, I would. The number, who knows what this woman knows? Who knows how much human suffering The alleviation of how much anxiety lies in the hands of perhaps half a dozen people of Nicole's caliber who have paid their dues in these jungles. This information is flowing through our fingers and disappearing. In another 30 years, it will be all gone. Every time I go to the Amazon, I can feel the way in which it's slipping away. When my brother and I go off looking for these unusual hallucinogens, often we have the experience where when we finally find the person who claims they know what we're after, the line goes like this: well, I've never taken it, but as a child I remember seeing my grandfather prepare it, and I think I can do it. If it weren't for us standing there asking that it be done, it would never have even risen into the gentleman's mind as a possibility. This is the knife edge upon which this knowledge is poised. If it can be saved, it gives me hope that we can be saved. If we can't save this kind of knowledge, we cannot save ourselves, because this kind of knowledge is ourselves. Culture is a garment which you put on. Medical systems are pieces of jewelry which you wrap around your throat or neck. Religious ideals are like objects which you push through pierced nostrils and earlobes. If we cannot come to terms with that which allows us to give birth with ease, to die with dignity, and to live in health, then what kind of a future do we have? No future at all. So this is not a meeting of obscurantists or enthusiasts for some private vista of transcendence. This is a meeting of political activists, people who are socially committed to themselves, to each other, to the larger idea of community, and who understand that when you talk about Gaia, it's only an abstraction unless you talk about plants. The division between the masculine and the feminine is only trivially a difference between men and women. It is fundamentally a division between plants and animals. Plants are the enveloping feminine matrix of control and refurbishment. Animals are something invented by plants to move seeds around. An extremely yang solution to a peculiar problem which they faced. So the archaic revival, if it means anything, it means reconnecting the Gaian mind, which is a vegetable mind, a feminine, enfolding, boundary-dissolving, planetary mind that is not an abstraction, not a stereotype, not something used to create hortatory propaganda, but a living, breathing reality, a reality which is the only thing which stands between us and Armageddon. We will pursue this in detail over the next 2 days. Thank you very much. That was great. Spectrum of alkaloids working on you from 10 different directions in the middle of this. The wonderful thing about chacruna, the Psychotria viridis, the admixture, the normal admixture to ayahuasca, is when you do an HPLC or a mass spec on that, it's just DMT. It's a pure spike of NN-dimethyltryptamine, nothing else hanging on to it. And I think they are such subtle folk chemists that they have discerned this, not only located every possible source of DMT in this ecosystem of several 100,000 species, but then discerningly focused in on those that have the cleanest of these signatures. So it's a very impressive thing. And to what end, you may ask? I mean, somebody asked me, do they just take these things for fun? And the answer is not at all. They are regulating their psychic world. They are this, when ayahuasca was first described by people like Richard Spruce and Theodor Koch-Grünberg and these early people into the Amazon, they spoke in terms of a telepathic drug. They felt that these small groups of deep forest Indians were actually entering into group states of mind with this stuff. Well, then, in the sort of hard reductionist era of pharmacology, this was, of course, completely poo-pooed and dismissed. But now, with our planet in crisis, I think we need to go back and look at this. I have had extraordinary experiences in ayahuasca sessions. Kat isn't here, so she can't tell the story, but some of you may recall the story. In Don Fidel Mozambique's circle, he had a nephew. This guy was worthless. He was a small-time weed dealer, part-time pimp, mostly ne'er-do-well, but because he was the sobrino, the shaman's nephew, he couldn't just be tossed out. And he would come to these ayahuasca sessions, and the shaman, Don Fidel, Don Jose, the old guys, would sing these beautiful songs in Quechua, and he would sing against them. He would sing while they were singing. He would sing a different song. And these people, I don't know how true it is generally in Peru, but these Loretanos, the people of Loreto, are such fine people, they will never directly confront a social outrage. So everybody in the circle was uncomfortable with this guy, didn't want him back. It was the main topic of conversation when we all weren't loaded. But when we were loaded, there he would be, hassling the group. So finally, after about the third time this came, there were about 30 of us in the shed. Don Jose, this older guy, had made the ayahuasca, and he was quite proud of it. He was showing it off, and it was god-awful strong. And Don Jose, the sobrino, was sitting across from me, and as these waves of hallucination would come, I would see him, and he would turn into like a monkey, a howler monkey, or a monkey with a dog's face, and just these weird animal transformations, and everybody else was staying the same. Well, Kat, who is a little less mealy-mouthed than I am, finally had all she was going to take of this guy. And we were all sitting there, and she just looked across the room. She just gave him what in English parlance is called a look that would kill. And he physically staggered backwards. And what I saw was these red darts come out of her eyes and go across the room. The singing stopped. Yes, the singing stopped instantly, and Don Fidel turned to one of the old guys and said, "She sends those..." And the other guy said, "Yes," and it was just this. It was a telepathic group experience where someone had been able to zing somebody else, and 30 people had seen it as a real thing. Well, I think the potential for this kind of thing for problem solving is immense.
Well, the thing how useful would be in politics as we have them today.
Do you want to say something? No? Well, and you see, what they'll tell you in the Amazon, these ayahuasqueros, is the purpose of each journey when it is not to cure. And the shaman I spent the most time with, he did public curing sessions on Saturday nights, and everyone was welcome. On Wednesday nights, he took double doses, and it was a very small, intimate group, and he said, this is for knowing. Now we don't cure. This is to know and to see. And what this consisted of was the recovery out of the hallucinogenic state of what are called icaros. Icaros are magical songs. And the more of them you have, they are taught to you by the plant spirit. And the more of them you have, the more powerful a shaman you are. Well, these icaros, when you listen to recordings of them, they're quite beautiful, quite extraordinary. But when you're with the people, it's made very clear that an icaro is not something you listen to. An icaro is something you look at. You look at it. It is to be seen. Even though it is made out of sound, as a composition, as a work of art, it is offered more in the vein of a painting than a song or a poem. What is happening is that in this group state of mind, the intentionality of the singer is beheld as a three-dimensional modality of light and of color. Well, this is like an ontological transformation of language itself. Language, you see, we have eyes, ears, and tactile sensory receptors. They break the world of incoming perception, the electromagnetic radiation and the acoustical waveforms falling on our bodies are canalized by the senses into these narrow streams of input, the visual input, the audio input, the tactile input. In the ayahuasca state, a synesthesia comes into being. Well, synesthesia in our context is a rare medical word, but if you know anything about Romanticism and the literary movements of the 19th century, the pursuit of synesthesia is what drove the French symbolists and the Romantics. They saw this melding of the senses as a higher, a transformation of the ontos of art. And I believe it so to be. I think that what history is for is to give us a technology that will allow us to share our hallucinations. And they, the people of the Amazon, these los tribus, the tribal groups, have perfected a shamanic technology that allows them to do the same thing. It's this ability to display to your intimates the contents of your own head that creates a larger organism than simply the ego. And there are so many problems here with translating these concepts from language to language. The shamans of the Amazon may not even grok fully that it is this collective state of mind that is so empowering to them and that we don't have. How do you know what it's like to be inside the clothing of another culture? Well, you don't know. But the modality, the benchmark that the pharmacological fact of the chemistry of consciousness gives you allows you to work out from a given a kind of map of what must be going on. That's why the shaman's remark that it's so hard to take ukuhe was interesting. It meant that, he was making a statement about the human condition. He was saying, it's hard for us to do this, just the way it's hard for you to do this. I've discussed this with mushroom shamans in Mexico and ayahuasqueros in South America. They say, it is not easy to do this. It is not easy to plunge into this hallucinogenic maelstrom. No culture prepares you for the modalities of the psychedelic experience. A culture can give you personal authenticity, self-control, and courage. These things will serve you well, but in terms of preparing you for what you will experience, it's virtually inconceivable. I think that the great gift that is going to come out of ayahuasca is the ability to open our heads to each other, to truly de-individuate, to truly create for ourselves a group mind, and now on a global scale. You see, the masculine engineering mentality is just running along behind the feminist, shamanist parade, hardwiring all the changes into technology. The engineering mentality doesn't believe it unless it turns on with a red light when you hit the button. But all that the engineering mentality can dream of or ever accomplish, it's in place in this vegetable matrix, this other way of doing it that doesn't give you much to show. No Amazonian shaman can point to an edifice like the World Trade Center or an atom smasher or a moon probe and say, the genius of my worldview allowed me to create these things. But the genius of their worldview allows them to create authentic caring, reasonable transmission of gnosis from one generation to another, an ability to walk lightly on the earth, an ability to intuit the needs and feelings of other people. And this is what we lack, is any sort of emotional sensitivity, any sort of ability to call on the racial mind at its roots to authenticate us personally in moments of stress and crisis. This is the ego really is a poor substitute for authentic being. And it's the poor substitute for authentic being that we have, each and every one of us, opted for. Man, woman, oldster, child. The neurotic programming is so deep that it is very difficult to transcend it. You see, I think, and Nicole is certainly a part of this phenomenon, that what really has happened, let's just say in the 20th century, it is that anthropologists, ethnographers, botanists, geographers, linguists have gone out to the four corners of the globe, the wastes of the Kalahari, the Amazon jungles, the storm-beaten shores of Kerguelen, all of these places, and they have come back with information. These people copulate in this position. These people intoxicate with this kind of thing. These people treat wealthy people this way. These people treat homosexuals this way. These people believe identical twins are this and that. All these ideas and technologies in the form of drugs, basically. And every jungle has consciousness transforming potential within it. Not all equally, but no jungle, no ecosystem is so poor that you can't find a consciousness transforming element in it. Well, as we now sort through this vast smorgasbord of options, should we practice the oracular systems of the Azande? Shall we all become Mahayanas? Shall we take up Sufi practices? What is our relationship to the shamanism of Tierra del Fuego? As all of this is sorted out in a kind of evolutionary fury, certain things are going to come to the fore. And I think it's not the form, not the ritual, but the way in which these things empower being, empower the physiology, the felt experience of being, and empower the cognitive processing and the integrative processing that goes on between people. And in the world of paradisical Taoistic integration that I hypothesize preceded history still exists in the Amazon, in these, basically in the ayahuasca complex, but then in all the other complexes that are the feathering out of the edges of that. The archaic consciousness lives. This is why I think we are so strongly drawn to involve ourselves with these archaic people, because we recognize that they have answers to questions that we couldn't even ask until the 1960s. Do you want to say anything about any of this, Nicole? Or shall we ask people for questions?
I would like to be asked questions. I like even to be interrupted when I'm talking and asked questions. What do you mean by that?
What is your experience with ayahuasca?
Mine?
What is your experience with ayahuasca?
Well, it's about the usual, I would say. Actually, they usually don't give me a strong enough dose, because they think I'm, an old lady indelicate or something. And so I haven't had such vivid experiences as so frequently, or such enduring experiences. I just get flashes on and off usually. It's very hard for me to convince anybody that I am really a very tough old lady. And so they give me, mine have been oddly disappointing usually. For example, one night I couldn't see anything except the temples in Thailand. And I'd seen those already, so I wanted to see something new. Very elaborate Indonesian architecture. That wasn't what I wanted. And I kept saying, Senorita Ayahuasca, because that's the way you must address her. Please, turn it off and get me something else. But incidentally, the respect for such plants must always be shown, not only in your mind, but verbally and in the handling. When a witch doctor friend gave me my first, he sang a song to it when he dug it up. And he sang, Dear Senorita Ayahuasca, I am very sorry to have you leave me, but you are going to Senorita Nicole. She will be good to you. She is a good person. You will love her. She will love you very much. Please grow big and strong and active. And that is the way you must transplant. Did you do that with yours?
Oh yes, and I blow tobacco smoke and the whole bit.
Then of course it will. But they are extremely aware of plant sensitivity, of course, and must always respect it. And the carols, these magical songs, are so much a part. I was sometimes told that they didn't think the plant would work for me, especially when it was something they didn't want to give me, it was taboo, because I didn't know the song. Or if I knew it, I couldn't sing it properly, because nobody could who was not a Toto, for example. Did you have that experience?
Oh yes, and they're very proud of the difficulty of these languages. These languages are extremely difficult to learn. Nicole's experience of finding it difficult to get thoroughly loaded is somewhat typical. There are a lot of problems. I mean, it took me a long time to get stoned in a native situation because they always gave me too little because they're all little. And they had a notion of the dose, and it just would barely rock my boat when it was clearly very intense for them. If you find yourself in South America sometime pursuing these mysteries, you may have to resign yourself to drinking a lot of swill before you get to something swell. I didn't really understand ayahuasca till I made it, till I was able to
repeatedly make it, and each time add more Secotria viridis to intensify the visions, and finally I got it where I wanted it. You see, one of the things there's so many things about ayahuasca that are interesting. It really is a unique thing. First of all, it is technically a drug in the sense that it's not a plant, it's not just one plant. With morning glory seeds, with peyote, with mushrooms, with datura, with cannabis. This is one plant. Ayahuasca is a binary weapon. You have two things which have to be combined for it to be effective. Well, now that not only means that it is a combinatory thing, potentially different each time, because the ratios are potentially different, it also brings the human element in very strongly, because it's going to be about who made it, in the same way that a souffle is about who made it, while a glass of water is not about who made it. And so personalities become involved here. Well then, because it's something made, it can be made strong or weak. It can be diluted. Now, if you're into it for the money, all you have to do is cut it 50% and you've got twice as much money and the stuff is half as good. This is familiar to all of you, I'm sure, who've dealt street drugs, this equation. You know, if you cut it by half, you make more money, but the stuff is garbage. Even liquor, the horror of cutting fine liquor and what that does to it. So you really have to know your guy or gal if it is the rare case when it is the ayahuasquera comes into the picture. There are ayahuasqueras. When Kat and I were in the Amazon in '76, we tracked down and spent time with Manuel Cordova Rios, who some of you may know his book, The Wizard of the Upper Amazon, by Bruce Lamb, is about Manuel Cordova Rios. Well, when we met him in '76, he was 93. He looked 55, but he did die a couple of years later. But he was still curing people and seeing people. And well, that reflects on my story. Nicole says he was an awful liar. We went to him, he was in Iquitos, and we said, we want real ayahuasca, we want the real thing. He said, you have to leave Iquitos, everyone here is a liar, a mentirosa. So he said, there is a woman, Juana Gonzalez Opie. Have you ever heard of her?
No.
His story was that as a 17-year-old girl, many years before, she had contracted leprosy. And there was no cure available to her except that he cured her with ayahuasca, but not before she lost her hands and feet. So she was clearly a heavy-duty person and had a great reputation. And we pursued her to Pucallpa, to Yarinacocha. We finally actually found her relatives, but she had gone to the Andes for a few months to cure. But in the process of trying to find Juana Gonzalez Obi, we met all these other curanderos. And this is often the way of it in the Amazon. You look for one thing only to have a reason for being there, and what you really are fated to find is something far different.
Serendipity is Amazon travel.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, it is.
Hello.
And you'd better be good at it. Isn't it time for lunch or something? It's getting tired of sitting.
It's getting close. Maybe we should break for lunch. It's a few minutes.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, we could take a couple more questions.
You were talking about admixtures, and did you have any comment of admixture of the Torahs into the ayahuasca or Brahmansia?
Did you ever deal with Brahmansia?
I've heard of it's being used in it because I'm scared of Brahmansia. I have known personally one case in which it killed so many brain cells, cortical cells, that the man was totally incurable, meninges, nobody could help.
Yes. Besides the DMT, which is added to the ayahuasca to make it highly visionary, then there are what's called tertiary admixtures, a third component, and this is what Ken is asking about. There are many, many of these tertiary admixtures.
I have 20 or 30 listed.
And most of them, when you get them into the lab, are chemically complex. They are probably...
Some are quite useless.
Some are useless, but some, I'm sure, push it all over the map.
Yes.
And Datura is certainly one. Brugmansia is one. There are Abuta species. There are a number of these. But I'm still trying to master the two. I have in Hawaii many of these tertiary admixtures, but I'm a little... That's real magic. That you don't get. Pardon me?
You have to test those things before you use them.
Yes, because they could be they could be mutagenic, and a lot of people, really terrible things go on in Peru. I mean, you have to be sure of your ayahuasquero. I had some friends who went to Lamas near Tarapoto, and they documented an ayahuasquero there who, when his ayahuasca was all done, just to give it the proper zing, he would hit it with a tablespoon of creosote. Well, creosote is not only awful, paint it on a mouse's ears, and 2 weeks later the mouse will have tumors on its ears. It's about the worst thing you could possibly come up with.
All sorts of things. I knew of one who put kerosene in it.
Yeah, kerosene.
Kerosene, of course, is considered a great cure for snake bite.
Right, they always want
I remember
to.
writing in a village once, now, if anybody was sick, I had a lot of good medicines with me. In the early days when I didn't know so much about didn't believe in plant medicines. And they said, yes, there was a man there who had been bitten by a snake, a featherlance, a few weeks before, and he still wasn't well, though he'd had 2 whole bottles of kerosene.
Yeah.
I remember that Don Juan would teach Carlos about singing songs with mescaline, and with the ayahuasca, there's songs. Are there songs to learn with the magic mushroom?
Yes, I think singing is sound, and language is what this is all about. I mean, we are not given to this, or I suppose I shouldn't make a generalized statement, but it's not my general tendency to burst into joyful song. But on the mushroom, voice, the purity of tone, the control, the almost synthesizer-like stability of the tone is shocking. Plus you can see it. You know, you swipe this way and you leave a chartreuse trail. You come down through it this way with a magenta stripe. You are sculpting in this audio dimension. Yes, all of this small family of hallucinogens that I talk of with such enthusiasm, they're all related. Psilocybin is a tryptamine. Ayahuasca is a pharmacological strategy for activating DMT. The snuffs from the Kumala trees are DMT and 5-MeO-DMT. The drugs, the compounds that interest me are vanishingly small compared to the whole cornucopia of pharmaceutical nature. I'm not into the whole cyclicized amphetamine series, including MDMA and MDA. I find that not very compelling. The short-acting anesthetics ultimately seem to me to be somewhat uninteresting. I'm just a fanatic for this one thing because I want to very strongly make the point that, altered states, there are just thousands of altered states. Panic, love, despair, hatred, loathing, anxiety, and boredom, and drug states. 2 scotches and an Irish coffee, all of this stuff. But what I'm interested in is this very specific thing that seems to me so transcendental and peculiar. It isn't a mirror to self. These tryptamines ultimately will be superseded in psychotherapy by something else, because they're not the best instrument for looking at the cracked personality. What they are is a tremendous instrument for looking at the invisible dimensions of the larger universe of mind. That's what they are for. So I think you should be through your stuff before you come to this. It will psycholytically clean you out. The first few trips will then be directed toward your stuff. And many people never push beyond that. They just say, my God, it was so horrible dealing with my fears and anxieties and stupidities and self-betrayals that I'm never going to go back. But if you will persist, eventually it no longer becomes about you. You become the small figure in the foreground of a vast and unfolding cosmic drama, not a personal drama. And that's the shamanic perspective. And every shaman must go through this shedding of personal identity to then reach an accommodation with it. That's why when I encounter the mind behind the plant, what I always say to it is, show yourself, reveal yourself. Let me see as much of you as I can stand. Don't tailor it for me. Don't kowtow to my needs. Push me to the limit. Let me see as much of your quintessence as I can imbibe without overflowing. Well, we'll talk more about this afternoon. Thank you very much. Good. Dealt with? Yeah.
Yeah, you suggest that shamanism is like the way to get man into a harmony with earth and sort of back to nature sort of thing. Are there other ways, and if there are, do they have any commonalities?
Well, I guess shamanism is what has been focused in on as the overarching metaphor, because all of these potential responses seem to lead somehow in that direction. I mean, the concept of shamans spans the notion in the modern usage from manager to poet. So it's a pretty broadly based concept. It's exalting a superior form of planning, which we could use some of at this point here. Okay, well, what we thought we would do this afternoon is I would talk for a little bit, and then maybe Nicole would respond to that if she felt like it, and then we would leave more time for questions than we left in the morning. I think both Nicole and I feel that the fruitful thing, the most interesting thing, is the questions, because left unquestioned, I tend to fall into my own creodes of habit and just repeat certain favorite numbers. But if you want to jog it in some different direction or cast it in a different light, then the question thing is good for that. The subject matter of this weekend is Amazonian shamanism, specifically named in the title. And I think this gives us permission to talk more about some of the details of shamanism in the Amazonian situation than we might in a weekend that was devoted to the planetary crisis generally, or some of the broader cosmic themes that I sometimes deal with. But I think one thing that is a common thread from the cosmic view to the particularized sensitivity to what is happening in the Amazon is the content as we can describe it of what these shamans are experiencing. Can we build a common language about this other dimension? And if we can, what does this common language begin to look like? So I thought this afternoon I would just remind you of some of the old metaphors for this alternative dimension, the beta matrix, the other realm, and then some possible new wrinkles on it. And I'm speaking now particularly of the intensified states that are associated with this shamanic complex of plants based on tryptamine. So it's a worldwide phenomenon. DMT is rarely distributed in any plant in sufficient quantity that it can trigger an unambiguous intoxication without somehow being concentrated. Either you have to extract and concentrate the bark, or you have to do a hot water extraction of the leaf, or in some way it has to be concentrated. Yet nevertheless, over the millennia, people have located the sources of this phenomena and spared no effort to make it available in a religious and shamanic context. Well, so what is it? The experience is can be very compressed and brief. In a typical DMT experience where it has been smoked, the onset of the experience is on the order of 30 seconds, and the duration on the order of 5 to 7 minutes. With ayahuasca, and sometimes the way the tribal people do it is they boost it. They take a second hit some hours into the thing. You can prolong these states of intense visionary synesthesia for hours. But, yeah?
Is the DMT content in psychotropic enough to get off the smoke the leaves?
No, I don't think so. A typical dose of ayahuasca that would be highly visionary will have 85 wet weight grams of Psychotria viridis in it. I would estimate that to be close to maybe 15 dried grams, dry weight of Psychotria. And that amount of DMT, if smoked by itself, not in the presence of an MAO inhibitor, would not be effective. You see, the genius of the ayahuasca pharmacology is that beta-carboline alkaloids like harmine and harmaline are being used to lower the threshold of sensitivity to DMT, so that a dose of DMT that would normally be not perceived is in fact, absolutely flattens you, because your sensitivity has been raised by the inhibition of these enzyme systems. Well, what is this like experientially? Well, it's as though, in the first 5 seconds, the room clears of air. Everything, all colors brighten. It's as though the air has been sucked out of the room. Everything brightens. There's a generalized feeling of anesthesia, perhaps localized in the skin. And then you close your eyes, and there is a mandalic formation of undifferentiated red and orange. This is some kind of, what you're actually seeing is the bow shock of this gradient of unusual neurochemistry hitting the synaptic membrane. One by one, the synapses are giving up their normal affinity for serotonin and instead converting over to the bioelectric dynamic molecule that is being suddenly offered to them. And as this occurs on a scale of millions and then tens of millions of synaptic locations, a higher cortical experience comes into being. There is a sound like the compression of a cellophane wrapper, a kind of crackling sound, and then a penetration into this alternative reality, some kind of a modality of light and distance and dimensionality that is somehow inhabited. This is the real shocker for the modern positivist, reductionist mind, that it is a world of spirit, of animate intelligence, of comprehending and relating that suffuses every atom of existence. And if you ask a shaman, what is this? He will answer without hesitation, oh, well, it's the realm of the dead, it's the afterlife, these are our ancestors. What he doesn't explain is why one's ancestors should look like they're made out of gold and brass and be puttering around like jeweled basketballs, speaking in hyperdimensional syntactical languages which condense on the floor in front of you. Apparently, these are questions which are reserved for a deeper level of initiation. But in any case, they say, oh, these are the ancestors. Well, this is I've been in this biz for 20 years, and at some time in the past I must have faced this and repressed it. But recently it has come to me what a stunning denouement this would actually be if this is truly and in fact what shamanism is about, and that we merely have to open ourselves to what these people are saying. And what they are saying is there is a chemical technology for accessing the beyond, this higher mathematical manifold where that which has been and that which will be is somehow kept, some Blakean domain of potentiality that can be accessed. This would explain this hair-raising sense of familiarity that attends the contact with the utterly bizarre and unexpected. So that when the cognitive dissonance that accretes itself around this ecstasy is composed of two parts. It is that, my God, I can't believe this is happening, or even that I could perceive it if it were. And the second part is, this is totally familiar to me. This is more familiar than any other part of my life. This is my place. And the cognitive dissonance that ricochets between those places approaches unbearable. I was talking with a chemist a few weeks ago, an old friend of mine, and he was saying, well, what do you think about DMT in terms of risk? And I said, well, the risk is death by astonishment. That's what you're really courting. And, if you don't think that's possible, it's because you've never done this, because you pass that close. I mean, you just say, this is amazement on a spectrum which could kill you if you let it run out of control, because it is so intense. It is so improbable, and yet so familiar. Well, if it were somehow tied into this afterworld domain, this would all begin to make a certain weird kind of sense. Rupert Sheldrake has suggested what he calls necrotic biochemistry, that the dying process is actually the process of release of tryptamines into deep brain structure. Well, okay, so you've got this modality, and there's stuff going on there. Well, what kind of stuff is it? Well, chiefly it seems to be a kind of domain where information is being passed around. Information is being offered, and it's being traded. And I've often tried in reconstructing these experiences to feel into, where have I had this feeling before? This feeling which I now have fear of being killed. It's a fear of being sort of screwed. In other words, it's a fear of being taken to the cleaners, being had, being having my purse slashed, essentially. It's a feeling which I associate with the Crawford Market in Bombay, where in a dark period in my past I had to carry out intricate semi-legal transactions which left me sleepless for nights. So then I had the idea, why do I think that? Why do I get this feeling from the ancestor souls that they are trying to take me for a short ride? And I realized it's because they are traders. They are traders of memes. This is what they love. They collect and trade ideas. So when you burst into this shamanic space where Yggdrasil, the magic world ash, is rooted on a plain of travertine and is flames before you, when you break into this place, what they offer are gifts. They say, look at this, look at this, look at this. And these things are like miracles, toys, bubbles, Fabergé eggs, Cellini goldwork, jewels, and and yet they sing. They speak poetry. They create their own objects, which they offer to you. And in the midst of all of this cacophonous, elfin confusion and opulence and syntactical richness, you're trying to perform the eidetic reduction and figure out what the hell is going on here and what's real and what's not and what you can tell your lover and what you can tell your mother. And it's a craziness. After many years of being completely bludgeoned by this kind of thing, I finally understood through making a kind of composite map of these trips, many of them overlaid over each other, that the place that you break through to and all the high-dose tryptamine experiences lead toward this is it's like a receiving area for a human being. It's like a playpen. It's someone very odd's idea of a reassuring environment for a human being. You know, sort of a cross between French bordello and early hyperspace. I mean, there's a lot of cut plush velvet and chrome and warm and domed and you're supposed to like this. You're supposed to say, how thoughtful. And then, you know, but somebody is looking in from another dimension and saying, you know, the human subject seems to have accepted the conditions in the reception area, something like that. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, I started out a rationalist and have ended up the pathetic creature you see before you. Well, and it was because I poked into the wrong places. I discovered, and many of you probably have too, or are soon about to, that reality is a very thinly spun cultural fiction. And as long as you stay on Main Street, it all holds together pretty well, you know. But my God, just walk down one of these alleys off Main Street and you discover, you know, channeling, psychic healing, the dreams of Atlantis, the this, the that, an endless cornucopia of fuzzy thinking. And in that, you know, there are nuggets of genius, because Main Street is clearly nowheresville. I mean, it's just male dominator, linear, post-Cartesian, high-tech, materialist, positivist, so forth and so on, the litany you know so well. So the great excitement for me in this shamanic dimension and why I speak to it and what excites me is the fact that here is something totally unexpected, beyond our wildest dreams. I mean, you may have believed in flying saucers, but did you ever believe that they would land in your bedroom? I mean, that's the promise which this stuff holds out. Something is curiously awry with our cultural machinery, and apparently we have a huge blind spot to a dimension of animate, organized, and non-human intelligence. You know, is it God? Is it the space people? Is it the goddess, the Gaian mind, the vegetable matrix of the planet, the light pump of the solar system? Who knows what it is? The fact is not to know what it is, but to experience it, to verify that this is going on. And that's the big news that the cataloging of cultural bric-a-brac brings back in the example of shamanism, saying, you know, oh, that turned out to be phony, and this was done with smoke and mirrors, and for this they used pig guts or something. But these people, and that was how I did it. I mean, I went to India years ago as an ingenue and sat at the feet of these guys and sought wisdom. And, you know, it wasn't until I got to the jungle that people were willing to show me into this, the dimension that exceeded my wildest dreams. I mean, that's it. And my dreams are pretty wild. And they were then, and I'm sure yours are as well. And yet, even if we dream together, we cannot dream the frontiers of what is possible, because in our world of entropy and tawdriness and betrayal and stupidity, there is also, you know, the unspeakable, improbable presence of this thing in these plants. And, you know, I believe it called us forth out of primate organization. I believe that history is an effort to come to terms with this, a kind of hysterical love affair with the unthinkable, where, you know, you embrace it for 1,000 years, then you burn all your cities and books and persecute it for 1,000 years, and then you go mad and flip the coin again, because it's here with us. It is with us, tangible, experienceable, and yet not rationally apprehendable. It is the confounding of rationalism. And rationalism is the weapon by which the ego segregates the world. Me and them, inside, outside, my tribe, their tribe, the good people, the bad people. This segregation of the ego. This is the neurotic response that somehow comes out of the trauma of our evolution on the planet. Our mother has been turbulent. Our childhood was turbulent. I evoked this morning when I talked about how 9 times the glaciers rolled south from the poles. I mean, we were left alone in the apartment a lot is the practical equivalent of this. So now, finding our way back, we can't get out of this mess without a miracle. I mean, it's like the Grateful Dead sing, you know, you need a miracle every day. And the only miracle around seems to lie in this strange domain of this shamanic dimension, that against all odds and probability, there is help or something nearby. Anyway, the strange flickering light of an unvisited farmhouse, and we're broken down on the road with a double flat and rain is pouring. So we are going to have to make our way toward this thing which beckons and which seems to have shaped our history. And these Amazonian people kept the faith. During the prodigal wanderings of Western men through history, the Amazon peoples kept this faith, which the memory of which they had carried over the land bridge from the Eurasian continent, the oldest religion in history, the doorway out of ordinary time and into the presence of the elder things, whatever they may be. We don't even know. Our history is a fiction spun so thin that we are like children in the face of this possibility. H.P. Lovecraft, where are you now that we need you? Well, anyway, that's just sort of a way of evoking the space, the depth of the mystery. What we are talking about is not bright colors or paisley wallpaper that is found not to exist in the morning, but the best kept secret in the whole history of the human race, the fact that there is this alien dimension nearby and accessible through plants at great risk and with great benefit, something to which we have become culturally completely deadened. And hopefully a gathering like this is a permission, now that we are poised with a knife at the heart of the world, to ask the question, what is the world? What is this thing we are about to kill out of our greed for condominiums and parking space? Do we understand what we are doing? Can we understand what we are doing? Difficult questions. Let's hope that there are easy answers, because we have hardly time for any other sort, because the momentum of this thing is so great. The answer must be nearby. It must be within us, because we haven't time to go anywhere else or meet anyone else and understand them and apply their solution. We don't have that kind of time. We have to dream it up. The submarine is sinking now. What are you going to do about it? Well, I think that I personally felt that I searched the surface of reality like a blind person, probing for a chink, an opening, a possibility in the seamless surface of the high walls that seem to hem us in, the prison of Gnostic iron that the Mandayans placed at the center of the universe. And the chink in the armor is this radiant otherness that is showing through the plants. And what it is, who knows? What it's for, who knows? But that it loves us, that it too is reaching up toward us, is self-evident. And how can we not respond to that? We don't know what reality is. We don't know who we are. We don't know where we are. We are lost, and this is beckoning light, warmth, affection, and understanding for the plight of humanity. Shamans have always healed their people and predicted the weather and predicted the movement of game and this sort of thing out of resonance with this greater mind in nature, which has sheltered the human family over millennia. I mean, it is the unseen partner. It is the goddess. It's a real thing. And now it must somehow be invoked operationally again because of our predicament as a result of having turned away from that. So the task is to understand all this, each in our own way, and then to communicate it to others to understand each in their own way, and to build a Gailanic consensus for life, for life, because it's the only thing we know that has given us self-reflection. So, Nicole, do you have anything to say about that? Or
Well, I believe, Terence, that you have been given a much wider experience in this, a much more vivid and probably valuable experience than most people. Why is that? Why do, for example, most of the Indians I know have, or perhaps just not able to explain it or to talk about it, But most of them say, well, they saw a tigre and some snakes, or they went to a beautiful city, and much simpler understanding.
I think it's language.
You think?
I think that
it very well could be.
That every single one of these Indians has seen things no human soul ever saw before. That it's a richness of beauty before which one is inarticulate. As to why I can do it, well, maybe necessity is the mother of invention. I'm not a stockbroker. And we can always blame the Irish. But I don't like to do that because that shuts everybody else out. And I don't believe for a moment, and in fact I might say that, to me the important thing about this experience is I really believe that everyone can have it. That this is something almost, it's no exaggeration to compare it to sexuality. This is a potentiality in the human organism that if you go to the grave without knowing about this, it's rather equivalent to going to the grave with your virginity intact. This is an enormous area of what it is to be alive. I mean, and it blows my mind to think that the last 50 generations of people in Europe created all that philosophy and science and diplomacy and so forth and so on without a single person being stoned for a single moment all those centuries. I mean, it's pretty much gristle and beer, isn't it, folks, when you look at the accomplishments of European civilization. So I think it takes practice, though, to access these states, and I'll respond.
That's another thing I was going to ask. Your initial experiences with anything like that?
My initial experiences were kind of funny. It always seemed to hit me very hard. I was thinking the other day of, for some reason I hadn't thought of it for years, I think I was remarking the anniversary of it or something, about the very, very first time that I took LSD. And I took it in someone's apartment in San Francisco. And for me, the world divided into two great polar opposites. And perhaps it's still true in some strange way. One side of the thing was called the Iosteks, and they were like God. They were everything profound. I mean, to utter this word was to hurl yourself on the ground and press your face into the dirt. It was like invoking a Faustian flame, miles in extent. That was the Iosteks. At the other polarity were this something called the Pinkestairs. And they were hilarity and elfin dissolution into the minute. And I was just hurled between the antipodes of these two crazed, concrescent concepts for about 14 hours. And very peculiar. But by techniques, what I wanted to say was, because it will be useful, I assume, to people here, you do it in darkness and in silence and in reverence, on an empty stomach, free from distraction, with attention to breath. That's all. Now, what do we see? What does this operationally look like? It looks like a person sitting alone in a dark room, quietly breathing or meditating or something like that. That's all you see. That's the exterior manifestation of the sadhana. And what is going on is this person is navigating an internal river system of great complexity. Syntactical Niagaras are pouring over internal precipices of perception and remembrance. And, it's very intense. I mean, I have had experiences where I swore that everybody from Seattle to San Diego must have just thrown themselves under their desks to escape the blast, and it was just happening between my ears, you know. I mean, it's like watching a thermonuclear explosion through 50 feet of absolutely clear crystal, and, you know, you're in violet, but what's raging in the optical pathway is like the collapse of a universe, or the birth of a universe.
The first time you took ayahuasca, was it that intense?
No, it took years of fiddling with ayahuasca because they don't make it right. I won't take anybody's but my own, just because they're not heavy enough on the foot pedal of the Psychotria. I think they want to.
That's it.
They want to graze the surface of it, and you know, I want impact. So I really push that because that's what fascinates me, the visions. I mean, some people say you're just a vision freak, that these wonderful feelings and thoughts, and it's true that all is there, but there is something so convincing to my mind about a hallucination because it's so intricate and happening in real time, and you just looking at this thing jaw agape. You could never draw it, you could never have previously imagined it, and yet it must in some sense be said to be yours because it's happening in your mind. And so then you wonder, well, what is my relationship to this thing? It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Did I make it? Does it come out of me? Or is it no more me than me standing looking at the evening star? What is the source of this transcendent beauty that resides within the human nervous system? I confess I don't have the answer. I think that's I am basically a Platonist, and then when you couldn't support that anymore because of advances in modern philosophy, I retooled as a phenomenologist. But I'm still basically a Platonist, and I believe that the good, the true, and the beautiful are somehow facets of the same notion. And for me, the pursuit of beauty has been the fastest way to get entangled with the true and the good. Now, for somebody else, it might be different. But this beauty that we find resident within ourselves is, I think, the strongest argument that I personally know of that we are more than clay, that we are, caught up in a cosmic drama of salvation and redemption of some sort. I don't say what sort. I'm very leery of that. But that we are caught up in a cosmic drama of salvation and redemption, and the covenant that she has made with human beings is symbolized by the psychedelic experience, in the same way that God's covenant with man was symbolized for Noah by the rainbow. The psychedelic experience is the magical iridescence that is thrown off ordinary matter, vouchsafing some kind of insight into a transcendent level of organization that is behind appearances. Anybody want to say anything? Yeah.
I had a question. I wondered what role the psychedelics had in creating the differences between the religions that come out of the Orient and the ones that come out of the Middle East and our imperative tradition.
Well, as I wrote this book for Bantam and trying to study the relationship of drugs to culture over thousands of years in many places. And what I came to feel was that in a cultural situation where you have a strong plant hallucinogen, one of these pipeline to the goddess plants, women will tend to be in the powerful positions in the society because I'm convinced that women were the developers of language, that the gathering part of the hunting-gathering equation, which was the women's part, had more evolutionary pressure on it to develop syntax in order to differentiate these hundreds and hundreds of plants, some toxic, some food. And I think that when the primal partnership society on the Saharan grasslands of Africa began to break up, it happened very slowly, you see. At the climax of the African cattle goddess mushroom partnership equilibrium, my supposition is that probably mushrooms were being taken every 2 weeks or month in a group situation with group sexual practices because of the CNS arousal component of the psilocybin being what was going on. Well, okay, so this is the experience that these people were building their civilization around, and it was an experience of boundary dissolution, tribal-mindedness, group sensuality, and group values. Well, as the African continent dried up and this pastoral lifestyle became more and more difficult to support, and the distance between water holes over centuries, we're talking now, grew greater, it became harder and harder to hold these mushroom ceremonies on time, to have this experience regularly, to keep it part of the society, and eventually it died out. And there was also another factor working here, which was as the climate dried, it became more and more important to find a way to preserve the mushrooms so that they could be used then at the regular ceremonies. Well, the preferred agent for preservation, I discovered in the Neolithic, was honey. Well, the only problem with that is that honey itself is a natural product subject to fermentation. So as the mushrooms got scarcer and the climate drier, and there were more and more preserved mushrooms in honey, and then fewer and fewer preserved mushrooms in more and more honey, you got a slow switch over to a mead cult, an alcohol cult. And at that very early period in the Middle East, then you get the emergence of the dominator model. At 9,500 BC, from Scandinavia to Arabia, you get what's called the Tanged Point Technocomplex. Means suddenly a lot of chipped flint, not distributed along river bottoms where game was frequent, but distributed on the wrong side of walls around former habitation sites. In other words, war has come to the world of 9,500 BC. This is because great agriculture over-succeeded. Surpluses meant sedentary lifestyles and defense of inventories. And suddenly there were people who had food and people who didn't have food, and a whole economy of pillage and strife emerged. So I'm really very unenamored of monotheism in all of its forms. I understand its philosophical attraction. One, it's the attraction of simplicity. Let there be one God. After all, isn't that the simplest solution? But taking a Jungian tack on that, we image in our personalities the kinds of gods that we permit ourselves to worship. And if you have an image of God as omnipotent, omnipresent, infallible, all-seeing, this is the dominator archetype incarnate, and then everyone images it in their psyche, and you get the birth of the ego. This thing, it's like a tumor that forms in the personality in the absence of psilocybin. In the absence of psilocybin, these assumptions begin to get going about my territory, my women, my food, and there's no end to it. It's the death of everything. So this long strain of dominator culture that comes out of the Middle East gets unfortunately reinforced, whether serendipitously or by design is not clear, by the choice of a phonetic alphabet to put down these early Middle Eastern languages. You see, phonetic alphabet gives tremendous permission for abstraction, because what is symbolized is not a little picture, not the thing, but the sound of the name of the thing. So you're 3 steps removed. It isn't enough that you communicate in symbols. Here you don't communicate in symbols. You communicate in a still 1 stage further removed thing. So, cultural styles are, I believe, drug-based, based on very old relationships with intoxicants. And it basically divides along 2 lines. The soporific, these things which loosen social strictures and give permission to express the dominator model, and then these other more nebulous, visionary kinds of things. So it's a suppression versus enhancement thing. This might be a good point to make the point, since there's so much talk about drugs in today's world, that the pro-psychedelic position is an anti-drug position. That should be clear. Because the way I think of drugs and what is objectionable about them is by analyzing cause and effect. Well, what is it that we don't like about drugs? Well, we don't like that they cause unexamined, repetitive, self-destructive behavior. In other words, they make you stupid and self-destructive and habitual on those items. Well, this is precisely the kind of behavior patterning that psychedelics break up and destroy. You cannot carry out unexamined, self-destructive, habitual behavior in the presence of psychedelics, because they will show you too strong an image of the consequences. These amazing statistics that were reported with curing alcoholism with LSD before they made LSD illegal, where they would give chronic alcoholics 1 500 gamma LSD trip with a sitter, and something like 60% of these people were going dry and sticking with it. Well, people said, my God, LSD is a cure for alcoholism. No, it's a cure for stupidity. It's not a cure for alcoholism. That's infantile. It merely gives you an image of the consequences of your behavior. And this image is so horrifying that you modify your behavior forthwith. Yes. Yeah.
I would like to ask Nicole, please. I wasn't clear, and I would be very interested in when you experienced, for example, the ayahuasca with the people. Was this with women or was this with men?
It was with a mixed group.
Was it a mixed group?
Yes.
Was there ever a time when it was just with women? And
No.
Would there have been a
No. They don't think about it that way. People just go. People. Yes. Someone who has a problem, perhaps is hoping to solve it, and by finding out what happened to his wallet or her string of pearls or something like that. Of course, they don't very often wear pearls in that society, but it's a totally heterogeneous group. It's whoever happens to come, with the permission of the shaman, of course.
And you've never been able to determine, for example, any difference in symbolism or visual material that would come perhaps from a feminine psyche as from a masculine psyche?
I don't know of one. There seem to be far fewer women who have taken it.
Would you know why, or would you?
No, I don't know why. Women usually take it when they're in tribal situations, in the culture. The ones who are not too acculturated usually take it when they are ill. And frequently it is a diagnostic tool for the shaman. He takes it with the woman, and then he knows where the evil dot has gone that is making her ill, and how to remove it.
Thank you. I'm interested in the relationship of the psychedelic experience and the art process. In that when I choose to have a psychedelic experience, I make a conscious choice to take ayahuasca or LSD or whatever, and choose and control the time and place and the company I'm in. But when it comes over me in an uncontrollable way, when I get an idea for a form or a painting or something like that, it's not something that I can control. And it's a similar process in that you go into a different experiential mode. And I found that we can sit here and talk about this and we laugh about elves and things, but in the real world, people don't like it. It's like Main Street, where you were talking about Main Street. If this happens to me and I feel like I really need to do my work because the muse is there, I can't say, well, the muse is here, I have to go paint. Somebody else empty the garbage. People get angry at me and say, that's irresponsible. There's no place for an artist or a seer unless you've got, say you're Terence Mckenna, so therefore it's okay for you to come off the wall because you're going to be funny and entertaining, but it's not okay for just, any old person like me to do that.
You're about to get what you came for. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You lose your job.
Well, then you can do what I do. The reason I do this is because I lost my job. And, no, I mean, I see what you're saying. I mean, it is problematic. If one person believes it, it's a psychosis. If two people, it's a folie à deux. 3, a cult. 4, a movement, and so on. What we're trying to do here is empower the meme, give permission, and say, you just got comfortable with gays and black people. Well, guess what? You're now going to have to elbow over one step further because there are all us lodies out here. And we're tired of being thought of as stupid. We're not stupid. In fact, we're smarter than you are. And, we're tired of being stupid. This is not the Cheech and Chong hour. So, and the deeper answer to your question about art is I think that these two things are basically spun together and are completely one and the same process. I mean, on a historical scale, the way I think of these psychedelics as they're catalysts for ideas. They are actually like enzymes. An enzyme, let me define a catalyst first. A catalyst is a chemical which makes a reaction go faster, but it isn't itself consumed in the reaction. And an enzyme is an organic catalyst. Okay, so psilocybin, these things, they're like organic enzymes for creativity, for the imagination. We have this peculiar faculty called the imagination. It's like a wonderful, omni-adaptable hand. It's an internalized hand. We use the imagination to grasp situations and to remake models of reality. And this is what's given us the one-up on the tapir, the cheetah, the gorilla, is, the imagination. Now, artists have always been, the carriers of the banner of the imagination. but it becomes much more cogent and pregnant with importance in the modern context, because the whole cultural enterprise is becoming designed. I mean, I don't have to tell this to people from LA. LA is one of the most heavily designed cities in the world. The entire cultural fabric, the coral reef of human accretions, is becoming an expression of art. And I think this is, we might as well talk about this now, or at least brush by it. This is where our future lies, in the realm of the imagination, somehow. I mean, I can't quite put all the pieces together for you this afternoon, but some afternoon I will. It's just not, I don't know what to say yet. It's too early. But downstream, and the technology is already taking shape, we are going to go into the imagination. We are going to live in a world that touches the earth no more lightly, no more heavily than a thought. And this is a reasonable cultural goal. Money can be made doing this. This is not sky blue stuff. We can retool the culture toward this revivifying of archaic sensation, and make money at it, and back off a little from this other thing, which is so tremendously destructive. And it basically has to do with turning it over to artists. People ask, what can I do? What can little me do in this onrushing planetary chaostrophe that has seized everyone? Well, I think the answer is cognitive activity. Dance, poetry, painting, writing, computer graphics, code writing, whatever your gig is. But cognitive activity is our salvation. It always has been, and it must be now. There's no going back. Dream the dream. Yeah.
Don't you think that's what virtual reality is heading towards or trying to express? I mean, I'm curious what your opinions about the impact of virtual reality will be on culture.
Yeah, well, yes. Do you all know what virtual reality is?
I don't.
No. Virtual reality is a technology. Remember, you heard it here first. Virtual reality is a technology which is developing at lightning speed, and it basically involves a helmet and a glove, and you put on the helmet and you put on the glove and you throw a switch and you're in another reality, a virtual reality, and you can feel objects in this reality through your glove, because the glove has sensors embedded into it which react to a complex computer program which tells the glove to bend as though it were gripping a ball. And then you feel a doorknob in the virtual reality, and you open a door and walk through, and so forth. And the people who are developing this have great hopes for it, clearly to make money, which it obviously will. But we here under this tree are sophisticated McLuhanists and understand that media always has a feedback loop into cultural self-image, and that we cannot put on a Dior gown without feeling like a party where that would be appropriate. And what virtual reality holds out the possibility of, that these people have clearly grasped, is we are going to be able to show each other our fantasies. Of course, yes, all the trivial ones first, but then everything else, you know. And here is a tremendous dimension in which art can function. Imagine if we each could show each other our dreams. What an enriching thing that would be for design In other words, for the topological manifold of visible culture, because we see all these things in our dreams. But I think that this is only a trivial aspect of what virtual reality will make possible, because the people who are associated with it are no strangers, I think, to psychedelic perspectives. One of the strange things that happens in the DMT intoxication is this language which is seen, not heard. These elf-like creatures in this other dimension have a syntactical way of communicating which is visible. They don't communicate with sound, they communicate with light, which condenses into these crystalline, toy-like, semi-organic, self-transforming, highly colored things. Those are syntactical structures of some sort. They mean something. Well, you've heard me talk about the communication systems of octopi, that octopi have this very highly evolved nervous system, and all over the surface of their skin there are what are called chromatophores, specialized cells which can change color. And octopi, when they wish to communicate, they have traveling bars, blushes, dots, stripes, all this stuff flowing over the surface of their skin. Well, notice that they become their syntactical intent. That's what's actually happening here. They are not, as we do, our method of communication is to make small mouth noises, which are transduced across space as sound, reconstructed in the brain of the hearer, and then a dictionary is consulted, and the commonest meaning chosen for the incoming sound. As ways of conveying information go, this is what you call a very low-grade signal. It's a miserable way to transfer data. But if you could see what I mean, if I could literally cause my concrescent intention to appear before us and rotate like an object in space, we could take a step forward toward telepathy. Well, in the virtual reality, paint boxes and toolkits are being created in the software realm that will allow people. Jared Lanier, the great brain behind some of this, is interested in what he calls non-symbolic communication. Non-symbolic communication and the more perfect logos of the DMT ecstasis are the same thing. It's a moving, visible modality of intent that you see, you don't hear. So I think the virtual reality opens up the possibility that, my mother used to say, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. I actually look forward to that day. I believe that that's within reach, Anybody else?
What's
Gailanic. It's a term that Riane Eisler introduced in her book, The Chalice and the Blade, and it means related to Gaia, related to the goddess. Have you all read The Chalice and the Blade? No. It does all this spade work for me. Riane and I appeared right here a year ago. She's a brilliant woman. She's born in Vienna, an archaeologist, has given her life to understanding Middle Eastern prehistory, the archaeology of it. And it is, when we talk of dominator versus partnership societies, we're using Riane Eisler's words. You see, we want to get completely away from the gender polarity of talking about a matriarchy versus a patriarchy. First of all, there is very little evidence for a true matriarchy. What seems to have happened is that there was this thing called a partnership society, which gave way to male dominance, dominator society. But in the original hunting-gathering thing, that equation was fairly well balanced. The men hunted, the women gathered. There was pressure on the women to develop language. This they did. This allowed them the notion of agriculture and pastoralism and the husbandry of cattle. And a cycle of nomadism based on mushroom use, husbandry of cattle, and a mixed hunting and gathering ecology was what existed in Eden, really. And then the story I told you of the drying. You know, if you look at the story of Genesis, it is very clearly the story of a drug bust. I mean, this woman ate of the fruit of the tree of life, and she gave it to her, and then there was this problem. And Jehovah, musing to himself, says, they must not do this, because if they do, they will become as we are. Not it's bad, or it's poisonous, or they'll make themselves sick, but they will become as we are. Well, how plain does it have to be, people? I mean, it's right there, embedded in the ur-text of Western civilization. The story of the woman's fascination with the dimension brought by the plant, and how this had to be suppressed in order that everything could be a bring down for thousands of years.
But Terence,
my dear,
there are I know of two tribes still in existence which are matriarchal in Paraguay.
Yes, I think it happens. It's not a hard and fast rule.
But as a matter of fact, they're in terrible trouble if they still exist, because the Amish went in and just took them over.
The Amish.
And they were so confused. The last I heard, they were in very bad shape psychologically.
Yes, well, wherever these dominator philosophies have gone. And, you know, I wrap monotheism very heavily, but I also think, you know, modern science is the bastard child of Christian theology. I mean, all that rummaging around by Thomas Aquinas and Francis Bacon entirely set the stage for modern science. I mean, here is Francis Bacon on nature. Nature must be put on the rack that we may torture from her secrets. This is Francis Bacon, the father of modern science. I mean, is this a dominator, woman-hating, misogynist vision, or what? And this was done, you know, and the secrets were tortured. And now we hold, you know, the power to light the fire of stars on the cities of our enemies. But to what end? Here, this gentleman.
You mentioned traders before when they get into this alternative state. I always saw that as kind of pirates.
Pirates.
Pirates, little pirates.
That's absolutely right on.
And they're very much a competition for ideas. But they never let you kind of keep them. You just kind of get a taste of what this thing could be like.
Well, see, the goal of my life was to escape from the fairy mountain with fairy gold, and I think I did it. I mean, I may be deluded by the time spent in Fairy Mountain, but this time wave thing that I am so concerned to communicate is like a piece of the fairy action. And as to what they took from me for that, I don't know, probably the I Ching. Probably they looked into my head and said, you know, crude, but the workmanship is interesting, a fascinating primitive piece, and made the switcheroo.
So did you feel at all that you were part of their play?
Oh, definitely.
I thought that definitely feeling. Okay, which leads me to my next question. You mentioned the plant. You alluded to the plant bringing us to consciousness. And the big question for me is why? I mean, why would the plant lead us to consciousness?
Why would it?
Yeah.
Why would the plant call us into consciousness? Well, it's, you know, or maybe you don't know, but in the introduction to the book that Dennis and I wrote on how to grow mushrooms, the mushroom makes a little speech there. It says, "I am old, 50 times older than thought in your species. I come from the stars, yet I've been on Earth for ages," so forth and so on. And there it says, what you have that I want is hands. You have hands. You can move matter. I am like a cobweb spread through the soil. I am so diaphanous, I touch the earth so lightly. And then why? What are these hands for? Well, then you touch on this peculiar theme in the mushroom, which is its apocalyptic tendencies, its millenarian tendencies. It sees the solar life as circumscribed. It thinks in terms of a cosmic, a galactic radiation of its genes through space and time. It doesn't want to be trapped on one mud ball when the star that it's orbiting goes up. This question of the dynamics of the sun is very interesting. I don't know why, the alien thing that it is, why it would call us forth into organization. There are some things that are that we can't comprehend. I mean, when you confront the other and you begin to dialogue with it about these things, and it begins to lift the veil on these vistas, it becomes unbearable.
Ultimately symbiotic.
Ultimately symbiotic, and ultimately somehow for purposes of departure. Right. The theme of departure, whether it's to another continuum, that a doorway will open and we'll go, or down into the crystalline substructure of the planet, or into the wind. But the theme is that we are finished here. It's interesting that these plants have these messages, because I don't get this from ayahuasca. To me, ayahuasca is maternal and the river, and I often see flow, sediment, the rivers, the sediment, the overturning of minerals, life and death, but not this let us go where no one has ever gone before. On your feet, mankind, the great adventure, and it begins to, march out into this inflated but perhaps true vision of a destiny for us, that we have a destiny, that there is more for us than saving this planet. That must be done. But maybe it's a test, save your planet, and then we'll talk to you.
I don't suppose you have on your agenda a debate with the drug czar?
Actually, within the last 3 hours, the very possibility was raised, showing that we all resonate together. I suggested to Joan and to Gigi that the drug czar be invited here, and that I believe you should meet with your enemies. I love this idea. If any of you have read Encounters with the Archdruid by John McPhee, it's about David Brower, the great conservationist, who was such a radical conservationist that the Sierra Club threw him out. They couldn't take this guy. And he went down the Grand Canyon with the head of the Bureau of Reclamation, who built Glen Canyon Dam. And they hated each other. They had sworn death practically on each other. And they went down the Grand Canyon together, and each night at the campfire they would set a bottle of scotch between them and work on it and rave. And it's fascinating. It's wonderful. I would love to talk to these people, because you see, I'm as concerned as anyone else about the fact that we're drugging ourselves to death because we can't find what we're looking for. We are dysfunctional, and like an alcoholic or a junkie, we take drugs to forget. We do everything to forget, because had we been in balance over the last few centuries, we never would have gotten into this mess. We're the generation who's having to pay the bills, but these bad habits have been in place for centuries. And the answer to the drug problem lies in psychedelic, self-directed psychedelic therapy is the only way I can say it. I mean, if you ask, what can you do? straighten yourself out is one answer, and how to do it, that's how to do it. Yes. Didn't you have a question? No, sorry. Yes.
Could you comment on partnership and friendship in shamanic healing? I asked Nicole and she said you know best.
Partnership and friendship.
As themes of shamanic healing.
Well, shamans are fairly irascible people, I've noticed. They, Mircea Eliade talks about this in his great study of shamanism, and I think the phrase he finally settles on is essential but peripheral. In other words, the shaman lives in a little house at the edge of the village or a short distance from the village into the forest, and as the keeper of the doorway to these fairly terrifying dimensions that involve life and death, he's a fairly remote character. The friends of shamans are usually shaman themselves. The apprentice relationship is a whole other issue, and in my estimation has been very perverted in the Eastern way of doing things. What I found in the Amazon was that these people were very willing to share most of the secrets that I wanted to know. You had to know a lot to ask the wrong question. Eventually we got to the wrong questions, and they were bewildering. I mean, like, I was very interested, of course, in intensifying this encounter with the DMT thing. And so I kept asking my shaman teacher about these plants that he was reluctant to talk about that I knew were stronger. And finally he said, it's comida de perro, it's food for dogs. And I didn't know, since my Spanish is so terrible, whether this was an idiom or literal. And he said it's mal y bizarro, strange and evil, and not for Christians. And what he was talking about was simply a more intensified state than what he was working with and curing with in the ayahuasca sessions. So, it's a gradient. It's a thing. I saw a shaman once who had been practicing shamanism for 25 years in the Amazon have an ayahuasca trip where he said after it was over with he'd never do it again. That was it. So, pride goeth before a fall. On the other hand, it's very kind and forgiving and user-friendly to beginners. It's a relationship. It's not a thing. It's a somebody. And if you approach it as a somebody rather than a thing, you will have a much richer time for it, I think. Yes.
Mr. Simon's work, visualization and cellular change for cancer cures, I wonder, do you feel that people can reach this dramatic knowingness that you explained today any other way than via the plant?
Well, this question always comes up, and I'm famous for my answer, so I might as well give it again. No. Well, see, everybody always says, but surely yoga and the Sufis and this. Well, who knows? I haven't had time to check all this out. I did check out yoga. I feel fairly confident in saying that 95% of yoga is absolute hokum. The other 5% is pure gold. But sorting it out among these babas and, keeping your guts intact is just, really a daunting task. However, there is a concept in Hindu thought that I'm interested in. It's the concept of Tantra. usually associated with sexual yoga, but for my purposes, I'm simply interested in the meaning of Tantra. It means shortcut way. It takes the notion that in a single lifetime you can attain some kind of tremendous reconstruction of your internal horizon of transcendence, a way of saying enlightened without saying it, in a single lifetime. And I'm not enough convinced of any of these theories of reincarnation and so forth to be willing to just write off this lifetime if I make a botch of it. So I'm not only interested in ways that work, but ways which work quickly. And nothing can come close to this psychedelic thing. I mean, this is it. Imagine getting to a place with your spiritual quest where the problem is to hold it down. Well, everybody who takes psychedelics reaches that place. I mean, a way that I've gotten this into a formula for myself is to say, once you come upon this psychedelic issue, you are no longer involved in the process of seeking any spiritual answer. You are now confronted with facing the answer. You wanted a tool for spiritual transcendence? Here is a spiritual tool transcendence, the likes of which you can barely wrap your mind around. If there are other ways to do this, I can't conceive of it. I mean, perhaps ordeals and things that are tremendously stressful. Anytime you make somebody think they're going to die and then they snatch life from the jaws of death, that's a shedding of crap. But it's no fun, right? And yet, in the privacy of your own home with 5 grams of mushrooms, you join Magellan and Lindbergh and Amelia Earhart. I mean, you're out there. That's the real frontier. There's no safety in that zone. It's authentic exploration of reality. Yeah.
Thank you.
Unique that you feel LSD has brought to the psychedelic experience that is not there without it.
Thank you, Lola. Well, what LSD brought to the psychedelic experience was millions upon millions of experiences. No other psychedelic has ever been produced in such volume. So surely, even in today's world, 90% of the people who've had a psychedelic experience, it must have been LSD. As far as its superiority or...
In terms of a teaching from a different perspective, like a piece of the lesson that may not be there with the plants. Is there something that you found with that?
Nobody's ever asked me this question. A unique contribution of LSD. I don't know. I'm not the greatest of enthusiasts for it. I thank God for it. I mean, it created me and my friends and my worldview. I can't really think of anything it does that something else doesn't do. The way I ended up using LSD was as a magnifying glass to inspect other psychedelics. 100 gamma of LSD and 60 milligrams of mescaline, or 100 gamma of LSD and smoking DMT. 100 gamma by itself is not much, but it seemed to work as a kind of source of energy to inflate these other states. The original so-called psychedelic experience that the people were working with at Harvard in the famous experiments there was this combo of mescaline and LSD that gave them the best results. And that is highly visionary. I mean, that is just a kaleidoscope of three-dimensional vision. Tim Leary said a wonderful thing about LSD. Actually, I asked him if he'd said it. He couldn't remember ever saying it, but it certainly described my experience with LSD. He said, LSD is a psychoactive drug which occasionally causes psychotic behavior in people who haven't taken it. And I witnessed psychotic behavior all around me in people who hadn't taken it.
One thing with mushrooms, LSD and mushrooms, what sort of a...
I never did that. Scratch my back and you'll discover a hard-bitten conservative. Yeah, somebody else.
I was wondering, in terms of the ayahuasca, do you have any... You mentioned some of the places, the conditions you might want to take it under, but obtaining it and or any safeguards in terms of who you would obtain it from, and you mentioned that it really varies in terms of the dosage, in terms of who makes it.
Yeah, it's a real problem. You're going to have to deal with other people and their motives and motivations. The problem always with ayahuasca is to get it good. And you never know, till you're out there, whether it's going to be good or not. So all I can say to you is, hone all the social skills you need anyway to get ahead in life, and it will aid you in discerning shit from shinola in the realm of ayahuasca as well.
By good, do you mean intense?
Good ayahuasca? Yes, strong visions. You want it to be strong. If it isn't visionary, I would be skeptical of everything being said around it and about it, because that's what it must be. That's the quintessence. Yeah.
In the Amazonian society, the shamans are one, they're a minority within the culture, there's one in each group. How do you see that role in the context of, if there's a new society where hallucinogens are more widely available and used, how do you see that role being in our culture and changing?
Well, the obvious institution which is in place to do something with this is psychotherapy in some form. But I don't know, psychotherapy is so wrong-headed whether it can be reclaimed or not. I spend a lot of time talking to psychotherapists because, they're frontline workers in the realm of the mind. A professional class has to be created of people who do it and who then provide guidance to other people. And people should self-select for this in the same way that some people want to be bartenders and some people Air Force generals. It's a calling. And in the traditional societies that Nicole and I were involved with in South America, there's always elder shamans who are able to pass this stuff down. Now our problem is we have to make it up. We have to create or amalgamate or bring together from many sources a coherent shamanism. I think we're doing this, but we're bootstrapping it. It's slow. It isn't easy. As far as the legality of all this, I think people should be free to do what they want with their minds. It seems to me it's already covered in the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness clause of the Bill of Rights. Pursuit of happiness. If that does, Hamilton wanted it to say right to own property. And they said, no, that'll make all kinds of problems. I said, well, how about the pursuit of happiness? Okay. Well, that legitimizes this intent. My position on this psychedelic thing, the reason I'm involved in it is because, politically speaking, it seems to me it lies on a direct line of development from the signing of the Magna Carta, the freeing of slaves, the emancipation of women, the emancipation of gays. In other words, this deciding that people can take any drug they damn well please is part of the task of creating a sane and rational society that places the values of the individual first. Once we get through this drug war crap that we're having to put up with, and all drugs are freely legal and very few people take them, and it's, all settled down, people will look back and say of us, as we say of people who kept slaves on their plantations, what a bunch of barbarians. Can you imagine in the 20th century a president of the United States stood up before his nation and advocated pissing in bottles by the citizenry in order to determine who was taking what drugs? It's no weirder than, they hung a pig for murder in Amsterdam in 1544. It'll be told like that. Anecdotes about the quaint medieval practices of the benighted past. Isn't that right, Nicole?
Yes. But there's one aspect of shamanism we haven't touched, and that is the ordeal preparation.
Why don't you mention a lot of that?
Well, I think it's one thing that deters a lot of people from becoming shamans.
I think you're right.
Because it's pretty routine that they must go through very severe ordeals of denial, the average one goes into the jungle alone in some quite remote area and lives for 6 months, a year, up to the longest one I've heard of was 19 months. They almost starve to death. They allow themselves an extremely limited diet, and they have no contact with friends at all. In most cases, some will have certain foods brought to them that they are allowed to eat. Yucca, which is the staple starchy food like potatoes, and others really just go out there and stay there, and that's it. And they eat what they can kill with their hands and what they can catch in the rivers, and they come back in very bad shape. They don't wait till they're incapacitated, but the ones who stay the longest come back in very emaciated, very weakened. But they have learned, and they feel much, in some senses, they seem to be much stronger than anyone else. And they speak of it, many of them have had the experience of, they start at the foot of a tree, a lupuna usually, and they are lifted up as time goes on. And then when they get to reach a certain level is when the plants begin to tell them how to come to them. The mother of the plant will come, that's the spirit of the plant, and give them instruction on their use. Have you found that true of most of the shamans you've known?
Yes, I think so. And in Madagascar, they have ordeal poisons. They're not psychoactive, but they make you think you're going to die, but then you don't. But it's specifically so awful that it's used as an initiation.
Well, they do this, and all the shamans I've known have gone through this.
The diet, it's
the
called.
Diet. Well, the diet, but it's also the solitude.
Mm-hmm. Have you talked to Eduardo Luna about this? Because he feels that the great secret of ayahuasca that remains to be discovered is what it's like if you keep these specialized diets and load your system with serotonin via plantains. There's
they live practically on plantains.
Yes, and there is a specialized diet, and often shamanic power is judged by how long a man claims to have kept this diet. Now, this is an area none of us have explored. Rare enough here is the person who...
Well, Eduardo went on into it in a small way.
He did it for about 10 days or so, but
I saw. You see, I haven't had a chance to talk to him much. I saw him only very briefly when I was in Peru in January.
So here's a frontier for self-experiment. What is it
That's
like to
certainly
keep
accessible.
these high start? Well, the diet is plantains, which are these cookable bananas, and a very little bit of fish and yucca, and that's basically it. No greens, no sugar, no alcohol, an extremely minimal diet. I mean, almost as spare as a Tibetan
No fruit.
diet. No fruit.
No anything, except those things.
And a lot of ayahuasca in isolation. I mean, daily dosing.
Yes.
And living in a little hut, being served by a child who's the only
If they are
person
served
you
at all,
see.
some of them don't even have that contact.
Uh-huh.
But they do consider the plant the mother.
They speak, no, it's not just that. They speak of the spirit of the plant, which, because there's a very strong animist belief, which you can find pretty easy to share when you get in there. And they call it the mother of the plant. I don't know why, but la madre de la planta dice. The mother of the plant will tell you.
Well,
This,
it so much interests me is that in Western culture, you know, the idea that a young man has to, in the mythology, has to go out and leave his mother in order to, and leave all the feminine in order to become strong and be a man.
well, they do
And
that in
here
the
we
initiation
have
periods in
the
a number
much
of
more
tribes
balanced
in
culture.
South America, I think. But it's a brief period.
Well, this experience of dissolution is experience of dissolution into the maternal matrix. I'm sure it's felt like that. It's a dying and a being reborn, and surely these early people and people on that level of culture today must have experienced it that way, as a death and a rebirth. Ken?
How is the yucca and the plantains prepared?
Boiled. Isn't that a disappointing
Occasionally
answer?
roasted, sometimes roasted too.
Sometimes roasted, never fried. They're really...
Oh, they never fry anything anyway because they haven't any fat. Jungle. One reason that India, you seldom, one of the reasons I think is, have you ever seen a really fat Indian? I haven't. And first, they probably haven't got the genes for it. But also, their food is practically fat-free because jungle animals are running. It's lean meat. The fish they're very few fat fishes. And they have no source for fats. They don't use the palm fats, except when they eat certain palm fruits. And so they don't fry anything.
Yes, people have the wrong idea about the jungle in the sense that people think, well, it's so much vegetation, there must be a lot of food. But you see...
You can starve.
You can starve.
People have.
The evolution has been so tight for so long that no excess protein is being produced. And if it is produced, a bird, a monkey, an ant is gobbling it up long before you get near it.
And then you gobble up the bird, monkey, or ant.
That's right.
Especially those ants with the big behinds.
Yes. Were you ever among Muinani? They stick straws down into the anthills, and all the ants latch on, and these Muinani children would pull these things out of the anthills and put the ants in bowls of water and smash it up with a...
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it was delicious.
I've seen them, but the worst thing I had was having to eat live termites.
Live termites.
Yes, they're a great delicacy because it's orange tree termites, and when they come out of the tree on their nuptial flight, they live only in orange trees. The kids catch them with a gourd full of water, and as they crawl out, they brush them into the water, and of course they're stuck there. And so it's a great treat to them. So when they offered me some, I naturally felt I had to accept. And I picked one up, and the wings came off. And that rather upset me, because I'd have a good time is not pulling wings off flies. And they